it's permeated across nations, across cultures, because Canadian culture is American culture. I don't like.
Okay, but can you just say what that culture is?
Between Canadian culture and American culture.
What is American culture to you?
Through all nations, and I want to know from Fenty specifically. Do you feel that American culture?
I just want to know what American culture is to you
on European culture. And specifically in urbanized areas.
I feel like I've talked to too many black people, and now listening to some black people makes me want to kill myself. If I was a black person, I think I would kill myself listening to this conversation. I can't talk to anybody here because everybody's screaming, but so here's a question that I would have. Are there places in Canada that are comparable to the worst parts of Detroit or Chicago or Baltimore or DC or the areas around LA? Or even rough parts of Miami? Is there any part of Canada? Is there any part of Canada that's even remotely like that? Are the worst parts of Vancouver or Toronto comparable to the medium bad parts of DC? I could be wrong, but the experience sounds completely and totally unrelated to me. It doesn't sound even remotely close. Things related to gang or drug culture in Canada compared to the United States doesn't even sound remotely close. But I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but
in the parallels, we can see what is systemic and what isn't, and how we can empower ourselves to overcome it. That is.
So in terms of culture, so when in terms,
like I said, bro, I'm the whitest person. Well, now I actually am the only white person in this conversation, and I feel like I'm listening to two white people talk about African Americans. That's what it feels like right now. It feels like I'm listening to two white people. You've got somebody that went to school in the UK and studied black people, and then you've got what sounds like a sociology graduate in Canada talking about black people in the United States. And I don't know, but I might just be fucking mind exploded right now. Jesus Christ. I don't know, man.
I think that American culture is sort of unique and exclusive to the United States of America. Do you think that there's no overlap? Do you think that there are no parallels? Do you think that there's no permeation into Canada and into other nations or countries that are in the northern part of the world?
Yeah. So listen, all black culture affects black culture because we are seen as a monolith in the international imagination. Do you understand what I'm saying? So everything that any black person does affects all of us. And it affects our institutional and structural racism. So when Black American music affects all of us, okay? What happens in Africa affects all of us.
That's what I'm skeptical about. I don't understand what a poor Black American living in Detroit has in common with somebody a Black a Black person living in Nigeria.
Let me explain to you. I'm talking specifically.
She's speaking more conceptually.
About what the culture we create as a whole, the culture that we export to the world, okay? That affects all of us. What we produce and what is seen, we are seen as a monolith more than any other race. Can we agree on that? Hispanics don't get put in a box.
I agree that you're viewed that way, but all of these demographics are extremely diverse and have their own unique and rich history. I know, but we're talking about the perspective
of groypers, right? If we listen.
Were we doing that?
No, this is what I'm doing. Okay,
this is the first time I heard groyper brought up.
Okay, well, it's been brought up. It's been brought up more. So let me hone you in. Annalise was talking about, does it affect all of us? It affects us in the imagination of the black monolith that exists, okay? And this is the reason why a lot of white nationalisms will look at black people as a whole and say that the race realism argument of there's just something particularly wrong. Name one prosperous African state, for instance. Look at any country, the people that are generally in the underclass are people who are affected by racial economic lines. What's going on when you have identity politics in the swing of things? People ultimately will go, oh, maybe it's just because they're black. But if we can build the connection of the international black problems, we can see that it's really not that case, and that there is systemic issues, and then there is a culture issue we can fix if we can overcome.
Then this might be
a systemic global issue.
Yes, it is in the international institutions.
Wait, so you don't even realize that systemic racism is a universal problem?
Pandemic, child, get into it.
There's racism everywhere, but it sounds when you say systemic, like, on a global scale, that would imply that, like, systems within every country are working together.
To the extent that colonization has to the extent that colonization has sort of wherever colonization has affected, there is going to be institutionalization of racism.
Okay, so the black displacement laws that has like affected black people to be in like certain areas and like that is economic to deprive them. These things have happened on an international stage. So this is the reason why the Caribbean is not doing too good. This is why the African states are not doing too good, because we have institutions like the World Bank, like the United Nations, that have systemic racism built into them, so that black states do not prosper. These are it's not just a domestic issue. It is an international one that is within all our Western institutions.
I agree, but I don't think that the world is as globalized as you think it is when you're talking about these specific structures. Well, let me explain why I disagree. Okay. Is because if you want to make the argument that all of these developing and developed nations are systemically racist, I would agree, but the way that they present and manifest is going to be completely different and unique to each region and geographic location.
All unique. No one said that they're the same. They're all.
I would argue that the things that they have in common are sort of intrinsically tied to your economic mobility and your social and economic positioning.
Oh my god, y'all are misunderstanding everything.
No, I don't want to be here anymore.
That's dumb.
Okay.
Based.
I think that I'll just say this is like my problem with Fenty. You came in saying that there is this like black community, and I realize right now that community kind of just like the current politically correct way of saying like people, but I think it's also important to look at like what the term community is obscuring.
I never said there's a black community. I said that the black community is an imagination that exists within black people, but what there really is a monolith that exists in the imagination of people who are not black.
Yeah, okay, then we agree. And do you think this is a problem?
I think it's a problem just because there is a general economic disparity that is a global thing that is with black people, and like that is the reason why people are going to race realism. You understand that? So if we can get our money up, then we will destroy this narrative. So you see Asian people, okay? 10 years ago, okay? They did not have like this. I just don't want to see black people disrespected anymore. I don't want to see my people disrespected, okay? See, Asian people like 10 years ago, they were more disrespected. There was more racism hounded them. But when they got their economic prosperity up, people you will not really hear you won't hear racism towards Asian people anymore. We're all on K-pop. We're all on K-pop. Right?
That's well, I feel like that's an argument to favor, because like even the term Asian American, that's just a census category, and like that alone encompasses just like a widely fragmented group of people today. Like that's going to include Asian American will include more than 20 million people, 40 over 40 I think different ethnic backgrounds alone, probably over 100 languages. And I think the majority of like Asians in the U.S. are like first generation immigrants, if I'm not wrong. And so like when you factor in like just a staggering degree of like ethnic and linguistic diversity, most people, like most Asian Americans, like if you ask them to identify themselves, they're not going to say they're Asian American or even like Asian American Pacific Islander. They're going to identify by their ethnicity. This is what Hispanic people do. Like Asian people would say, I'm Asian American, yes, but like I'm
That
Vietnamese.
is one thing that's very specific to black people in America, is like y'all don't really have that national root. So yeah, for sure.
Well, hold on, careful. That's only true of African Americans in the United States.
That's what I just said, Steven. You're not listening to me.
You said black people.
No, I didn't. I said black Americans.
You said black Americans, okay? But black Americans can include people that are immigrants from African countries.
Okay, well, I meant what you meant.
Okay, just making sure.
I was just trying to say that when you said like look at Asian people, like you were treating them like a monolith in the way that you're asking that people don't treat black people.
Oh my god, y'all are so into misrepresenting me. I said, okay, 10 years.
That's what they do.
Go back to 10 years ago. We used to do that, okay? People used to do that. People used to be very racist to Asian people because they were not prosperly. Yes, but now it's not so much. Now people respect them a lot more. Now we got the K-pop, we got everything. Child.
Well, there was arguably just a spike in like hate crimes against Asian Americans specifically.
I wouldn't know about that.
In the United States. That's what I'm
imagination.
saying.
I'm talking about the global imagination of the races. Okay.
Okay, but at what point do we leave the realm of like idealism and do we start contending with like the practical reality on the ground of how these communities actually manifest themselves?
Whenever you want to, Chow. But that's what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, well, are we like pretending that groups are not separated in North America? Is that like what we're doing?
Hold on. That statement didn't mean anything.
No, because it sounds like you're saying, well, in the imagination of it, or the imagination of
the imagination part is saying that like people imagine that all
black. No, I know what it means. I know what it means, but it's almost like when you say imagination, it kind of sucks out any validity to any differences in culture or socialization or community or a community functioning and stuff like that. Like, are we like people when they come to North America, they are split up and divided into groups based on these things? Is that like?
I don't know what your question is. Like, people will view Asian Americans as being the same thing, but different people are going to have way different backgrounds, right? Like, Vietnamese people that married a white husband and came over after the Vietnam War are going to have a way different experience in the United States than some family that immigrated from Beijing 20 years ago so their children could go to, like, fucking Harvard, right? These are, even though they're both quote-unquote Asian Americans, they have vastly different backgrounds.
Like, I looked it up, and like according to Pew, from 1970 to 2016, the gap in the standard of living between Asians near the top and the bottom of the income ladder nearly doubled, and the distribution of income among Asians transformed from being one of the most equal to being the most unequal among America's major racial and ethnic groups today. So, like, for example, like today, a rich Asian household is over 168 times more wealthy than a poor Asian household. So, like, the point is that no matter how well-intentioned these concepts or imaginations of like a concept like an Asian American community, they have almost like no material reality. You're talking about like because we're talking about a category that includes undocumented immigrants. It could include
Asians are respected because they are imagined to be prosperous.
No, hold on. That is wait.
Where does black disrespect come from?
Wait. Hold on, just real quick. That statement was just not true. Okay, somebody's gonna treat like a very, no offense, but a very white-sounding Asian American male in San Francisco with like glasses is gonna be treated way differently than like a Vietnamese woman that runs a nail shop in Alabama, right? Just because they're Asian doesn't mean they get the same treatment. There are way different types of Asian people across the United States.
What affects implicit racism more? Like what we perceive the block as. This is what it is.
But we're just talking about commonalities between these groups of people.
The reason that systemic racism exists everywhere is because the overall imagination of black people is linked to poverty. And we have to fix that. That's what my point is. The Asians have sorted it out. Some of them are prosperous, some of them are not, sure. But the overall imagination is different for them. And that's why they have more respect.
I know, but you're just talking about people, like this imagination, you're saying like this is a conception that's projected onto these communities. And I'm saying that the material reality, like on the ground, how these communities actually are structured.
It's going to be different on every ground, so.
Yes, exactly. Like they're not like, it's just that's a fiction. You know, so I feel like you're trying to propose solutions based off of the imagination, but you're already saying that that doesn't exist. That's just like a stereotype. It's an idealist notion of those things. Like, how are we even supposed to understand what the problems are when you're just referring back to like an abstraction or an imagination of these things? Like you're saying, those are stereotypes.
Thing is that my main thing is that it's not about that. Okay, my main thing is that the issue is that we have to get our economics up, and I just do not want this next 2 years to be all about white privilege. We need to stop talking about what we got to do as a race, and we need to get our money up and look internally at the psychology of how it's affecting us, because that's what every other race has done. Like the Asians did it; they got their money up, and now it's not an issue.
I mean, yeah, I agree, get money, but like even I have a problem with you saying that like Asian Americans have gotten their money up. Like I just told you, there's a ton of income disparity between Asian Americans.
But like they know what to do.
And it also doesn't make sense because like in the United States, I think some of the highest educated groups are Black Americans. Like I'm pretty sure Kenyans and Nigerians, I think, are the two biggest like postdoctorate degree holders like in the United States.
Why is that, Destiny? Because they got a strong family that is pushing these kids to do well and prosper.
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that like that doesn't seem like it's changed the opinion of Black Americans as being like uneducated.
Yeah, because listen, look at the underclass of America right now. What race is predominantly that?
Right, wait, can you say that again?
The underclass of each society. Like, who is representing that?
I don't know. Could you answer that for me?
Destiny, do it. He knows.
Who is it? Black people?
I don't know. You tell me.
Wait, are you asking who represents like the most
Okay.
violent crime in the United States? Is that what you're asking?
Who's on top? What are you saying?
Listen, because of the racial economic disparity, people tend to be the underclass in a lot of developed countries. So what we need to do to overcome that, we need to fix the economic stuff so we can get over the racial systemicism that is keeping them the underclass. Does that make sense?
When you say underclass, are you just talking about like lower class, like poorest people?
No, I'm talking about people who cannot get into employment because they haven't got good education and they're forced into crime because where they're displaced is full of crime and there's police that are militarized. Like things are not working in their favor because of the racial economic lines. Does that make sense? Okay.
Sure.
I guess I just don't think that like an overemphasis on like academic concepts like white privilege are what's holding like Black people back from achieving economic parity. So. Annalise, yeah, she derails a lot, but
we got a lot of places where it's just like, girl, this is not productive, you know? The rest of it. But like, this is the thing. This is why the imagination is the way it is. Okay, and this is why it is the case in everywhere you go. Okay.
I guess
I think we got it. Oh, who's here? Jason. Shin. Buddy.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, awesome.
All
hey
right.
guys, this is Joshua.
Wait. Real quick. Can you either use push to talk or turn the sensitivity down? The beginning and ending of your statements are getting clipped a little bit.
Oh.
But yeah, I feel like we
now?
got
Is that
it,
better?
to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Okay, cool.
All right. What do you got for us?
Oh yeah, so I just been listening to like your content over like the past couple of days, and it's like a lot of people came in talking about their Black experience and whatnot. Mine is pretty unique because my father was like, my dad was the father of the modern day Juneteenth movement. Like he got Juneteenth passed in 46 states here, like in the U.S. And he's been an activist all his life, pretty much. So, and I've lived in the South all my life, through the 80s, 90s, with the view of like having an activist for a father. He's telling me everything that, all the history of Black people in the United States and things like that. And also some of the stuff around the world as well. Seeing like his struggle, seeing how my peers, struggle because I grew up in an impoverished neighborhood. Let me see. And I've sat in with a lot of talks with Black leaders. Was Thomas McCrae. He's like the leader of the Black Evangelical Church, a pretty large Black Evangelical Church. Dr. Thomas McCrae. I've actually like no shit. Oh yeah, just to give like my experience on some things. Like I saw you guys have a lot of questions. I had a lot of viewpoints and stuff like that. And I just want to, just chime in a little bit.
Okay. What are you chiming in? Like, what are you saying? Where are we wrong? Like, I'm getting a bit bored. Like, you need to quick it up a little bit. I'm sorry.
I mean, well, for one, like, I guess it was more Annalise on this point, but it was like the Black experience in America versus like around the world. Like the Black experience in America, like, like Steven said, is vastly, vastly different than anywhere else in the world. Like for one, nowhere else in the world do you have Black people inside of like a white country that has an upper Black middle class or Black middle class like Atlanta. Like that doesn't happen in the UK. It's nowhere else in the world. It's just America, not even in Canada. So like we have our experience is truly unique, especially with like how many Black epicenters for commerce and things that we built that were destroyed. Atlanta was kind of like it was about to be destroyed, during the Atlanta race riots, but it was like because of the National Guard, it was saved. So it's like, yeah, we have a lot. Like it's a very, very unique experience, I would say.
Yeah. The thing is, Jason, nobody is disagreeing that like you have a unique experience, and the thing is, I would never speak over an African American or a Black American of their experience. All I'm saying is that if we are to, I think there is benefit in sharing our international experience so we can understand how systemic racism and how it is not. We can see what is culture and what isn't. Does that make sense? Like nobody's saying that like Black experience is the same and that like I could never speak for you. Okay, you can only speak for you. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I feel like when you said you were bored just a little bit earlier, you were kind of speaking over him.
Oh, because I'm not getting what he's saying. Like, he's just talking about some church minister. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. Like, just got... Like,
I mean, he was introducing himself.
Yeah.
But it was taking like 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag on, but yeah, it was just an introduction.
No, you're hold on, wait. Well, real quick, hold on, you're good. You weren't dragging on. You were totally fine. I'm sorry, but
sorry.
No. Jeez. But I think it's just because what? Because you kind of shit all over the guy. Juneteenth is like it's a federal holiday in the United States. It's like a decently big deal, right?
Yeah, big deal, man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, bro. Like my dad was fighting for this forever. I wish he would have got a chance to see it. You know, he passed in 2018, but. Yeah, I wish he would have got a chance to see it. He would have been like jumping all over the street. He would have had our own personal parade across the country, like just him marching. I'm sure he would have done that. But yeah, it's a really, really big deal. A lot of elbows are rubbed, a lot of feathers ruffled to get this passed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, but that was the introduction. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we had comments earlier about what I don't even know what you want to chime in. We went all over the place. Yeah, what do you want to say? Go for it.
Let me see. Man.
Or I'll give you a guiding question, then you can talk around it. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So one of the topics that Fenty is kind of bringing up that people have been kind of speaking around is it seems like there's questions of when it comes to the Black community in the United States. Obviously, there are problems. How much of the onus needs to be on the Black community versus like people in charge of systems to remedy a lot of these problems? So people like Fenty or maybe Anna are kind of pushing more on like there needs to be more responsibility or cultural changes in the Black community. Like that's where most of the change needs to come from. Other people on the left would push and say like, well, actually these are systemic changes that need to come from, you know, like government and whatnot. Yeah, that's kind of like the conversation that's kind of sort of happening right now. And then yeah, well, you can speak around that or contribute to that however you want.
Okay. I say everybody does have a valid point. Like there needs to be a lot more. There doesn't need to be a lot more personal responsibility. But at the same time, it's that line between personal responsibility and government policy is very blurred. Like so, for instance, if you look at economic mobility, like a lot of people who are born in the middle class don't move out of middle class, and it's like it's statistically most people. If you're born in a class, you're almost certain to die in that class. You know, you might move upward just a little bit, just enough for your kids to maybe move up a little bit. But for the most part, you know, you're pretty much stuck there. And I think that Black Americans just fall into that. The only time that we did see Black Americans rise in a pretty short time, believe it or not, post Civil War, pretty much between 1867 and 1876, you saw like a Black elite, which is what sparked a lot of these riots and things. Like a lot of people didn't like that, like in the 1900s. But yeah, you did see a lot of freed slaves who were doctors and lawyers, even like states. The first Black statesman came from post-Reconstruction era. So yeah, like after Jim Crow though, these areas got so toxic, like so toxic. Like even in the area I'm from, it's really hard for Black children, for Black people to break out of the mindset they were like kind of beat into them. Like I knew a lot of people I went to school with who were like geniuses, really great artists, and because nobody instilled in them that they could go to Harvard or Juilliard or even like to a school outside of their state, a lot of them never pushed to it. And it's kind of hard to explain like that mentality that Black people get stuck in.
I know Anna's not here, but can I kind of, if I'm to like summarize my issues with like her explanation of why Black people, not just in America, but globally, are in the situation that they're in today. it really hinges on like her arguing that like changes in Black people's tactics, like everything from like civil disobedience to urban violence, has like led to this onslaught of like a new form of racial resentment that we find fueling controversies culturally over like welfare, crime, drugs, family, affirmative action. But like you're saying, and you were explaining a concept that's known as like stickiness at the ends, like this idea of like a lack of economic mobility within these communities, that if you're born into a certain economic class, you're very likely to remain in that economic class. You're not going to transcend it. It's extremely unlikely. Like what Anna never brings to the conversation is like a materially based explanation for like why these changes have occurred, you know? And I think she kind of relies more on like cultural tropes instead of like biological tropes to explain like Black people's position in America, at least. But she never wants to talk about like the central factor that really shapes like Black people's lives. And it is that materialist understanding, you know, like viewing these like racial matters, I guess is like all of these people are kind of like actors that are just corresponding to their systemic location within their country, you know, relative to their economic position or social position, like you're saying.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. I don't know why people harp on that, you know, personal responsibility aspect of it. Like I said, you know, I do agree that personal responsibility plays a part, but you know, the people who kind of break out of these molds, I would say, are kind of superhuman in themselves. Like, you know, we're talking about exceptions of the exception. Like, not only did you break out economically, you broke out of it mentally, things like that. And, you know, a lot of people don't want to talk about the reason why they're even in those positions is because of systemic racism and systemic policies, you know, that put them there.
We're always talking about that. People always want to talk about that. And I feel like we talk about it too much. That's my point.
Right, but we can't like disregard it at all. Like it has to be equal part of the conversation. Like even in the 80s, like my parents.
To be equal. We gotta tone down the 100% to 50.
Right. I mean, like, you know, even like my parents, like in the 90s, were denied housing. You know, and my father was a doctor, and they told him no. Like they just lied to him. Like my mom is like, I guess you would say white passing. You know, she has 2 Black parents, but when she would go to look at a house, it was available. When my dad would go look at a house, it was not available. All of a sudden, like same day sometimes. And like that plays a huge part. You're taking away a big advantage of, you know, somebody's upper mobility is owning a house, you know, equity, and having to be able to have the ability to loan against it for certain things like businesses and things like that. So yeah, that plays, I would argue personally, that's at least 60% of the equation. But, you know, I guess it's just
60-40, right? 60-40, 60-40. That's the ratio. Oh, Destiny.
Hi.
Can we add Azzy? He's waiting in tier 4.
Okay, so
Young Don, introduce yourself real quick, so people know you.
Yeah, how's it going? I'm Young Don. Got a YouTube channel, Young Don Reborn. You know, yeah. So I just listening to the conversation, right? It sounds like trying to catch up. So on one hand, I'm hearing someone saying that we need to acknowledge, you know, the historical impacts of systematic racism and overt racism, right, on an individualistic level in history. And on the other hand, I'm hearing, you know, but at the same time, we need to acknowledge that, but do something differently. I'm not quite sure what it is that we're even trying to accomplish with this conversation.
Yeah, so the issue is that some people, so Sophie is worried that if we constantly talk about systemic racism, you've essentially like created a group of people that do not have the ability to improve their conditions materially, because all they're going to be able to do is fixate on any either real or perceived injustice around them, and their ability to actually succeed in an environment where they might be able to succeed otherwise is going to be destroyed because of a victim mentality.
Okay. All right. And everybody here, what, generally disagrees, agrees? What's going on?
I think that there's more at play than just simply a victim mentality keeping Black people down, or specifically Black Americans. Like, I don't think Black Americans want to be in the economic and social position that they're in this country today. And so if it's just a matter of like, oh, we'll try harder, I think they would have already done it.
Nobody is saying it doesn't exist. It exists, but we need to be strong psychologically if we ever are going to have a chance to get over it.
I mean, I
no
think
point in walking through this world being like, oh, there's no matter what I'm gonna do because it's only gonna matter as half amount to what a white person does. There's no point walking around. You have to wake up in the morning and be like, yes, I'm strong. I can do this. I gotta do this. And there's no point in focusing on the systemic racism because, like, if that's all you see, that's all you're gonna be.
All right. Just... So the problem I think with that, I mean, we need to just address this at an individualistic level. I mean, black people aren't a monolith. Black people aren't all born into the exact same situation. You have black people that are born into extreme poverty where no one around them is educated, surrounded by like, you know, violence and, you know, no positive role models. And then you have black people who are born into like middle class environments. Of course, someone who is born into a middle class environment who never experiences any type of overt racism, gets all the same, you know, resources as their white counterparts, their attitude or what you would tell them in order to succeed is going to be very different than the kid who was born into like poverty. And so
my main thing is my thing of the focus on identity is the main thing is that keeping us psychologically weak. That's the thing that is affecting us as a monolith. Okay. I mean, particularly, I put me down a hell of a lot when I was young. When I figured out what systemic racism was, I got hella angry at everybody around me, and I had to get myself psychologically out of that trap. And that's what the liberal left are doing. They're perpetuating this weak mentality that keeps us victims to the systemic racism that does exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but regardless of whether it exists or not, we still have to be prosperous.
Fancy, I feel like you're talking about some of the most like resilient communities psychologically when you talk about like Black Americans in terms of like taking just like a sober understanding of the amount of deprivation that like Black Americans have faced in their entire legacy within this country.
Well, 460 years worth of.
I brought that up. I said, listen, black men work themselves to death. 80% of us are in the labor force, and the laziness or any of that, like the pessimism is not holding you down. All it is, I'm saying, is that we need to start building our generational wealth. Like, we can't just be looking at systemic racism and being like, yo, this is what it is. We have to do something about that. So we have to build our foundations first so that we can compete on the same equal levels as our white counterparts. And that means building values.
I always find it interesting how, like, Black people get into these, like, kind of conversations, you know, when speaking as if, like, Black people are by any means this, like, united group of people that, you know, are moving. Like, we are so...
That's how the world treats us, right? I mean, there is a collective experience, where regardless of if it's different or not, there is something to learn about all of them.
Sure, like, that's how the world treats us, but that isn't our experience. You know what I mean?
I disagree. I've been in like African and Caribbean. I even go into East Indian and West Indian. I see a lot of similarities in the way we present ourselves, the way we socialize. And we kind of have this faux Black experience where we all think we're aligned at a certain threshold, and the world kind of treats a certain way. To Fenty's point, like the way we are perceived and the way we interact with that perception affects the way across all economic thresholds. We all tend to have a uniquely set mindset about how we interact with the world. It's like if we were dealing with police, we're going to tell all dark-skinned people, and I've heard this from East Indian and West Indian, if you're dark-skinned and you deal with the police, they're going to treat you a certain way like they would treat a African-American person, because we're all Black in their eyes. This is when, like, and I think when Alicia was attacking the Mexican, or Mexican have a unique experience where they are like truly American in certain circumstances. There's like it's like, for instance, Steven it's like Cuban, but he's like German Cuban. I don't know. I'm not gonna assume, but he's Cuban. Well, Mexicans themselves, there's white Mexicans and there's brown Mexicans, but they're not uniquely a race in people's eyes, because they seem to be able to tote the line where they can choose between being white or being Mexican in certain circumstances, and Black people can't do that.
I'm the Mexican that Anna was yelling at, trying to like skin check me or whatever. I mean, I can't get into the nuances of this conversation with her, but I'd be glad to get into it with you. It's like, I've never pretended that like my experience as like a light-skinned Mexican woman, which I am. I know I'm light-skinned. And they're probably, people think that there's like just ample opportunities for me to be like white passing in America. It's not been my experience. If you speak to other white passing like Hispanic people, maybe that has been their experience. Like recently I was in Austin and there were multiple people who came up to me and tried, like white people who tried to speak to me in like broken Spanish, like they're assuming that I don't speak English at all, which is fine, but like that's one way that people perceive me to be non-white. And I recognize it again, like since I'm white, I'm light-skinned Mexican. My proximity to whiteness is closer than that of like a darker-skinned Hispanic person or a black person, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to like incur all the benefits and privileges that like a white person has in this country. And I feel like Anna wants or thinks that I do, but it's just not true. Like,
I don't think that at all. I don't think she was saying you are incurring the benefits. She's saying that you have access to the benefits more than, I mean, she's inferring it without saying it. You have access to certain benefits that certain black people or black passing people, even if they're not even American black, even if they're not even black, but if they look black, they will not have access to those benefits. They will not have access to those rooms. They will not have access to those opportunities.
What do
you even see that?
No, wait. Again, you're doing this like general, like broad sweep. Like, are you insinuating like Jaden Smith is going to be treated the same way by police living in, Beverly Hills as, a dude living in
Well,
real quick on that. To some extent in the United States, yeah, unfortunately, right? So like, there was that.
You don't believe that Jaden Smith is gonna like get treated the same way as some like dude growing up in the hood of Chicago?
So
right?
do you remember that? Wait, hold on, wait. Do you remember the story of Henry Louis Gates?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that guy was a Harvard professor, and I think he got arrested for breaking into his own house in a decently nice neighborhood, right? That's unfortunately kind of like part of the shitty experience sometimes of like being black in the United States. I don't know if that would have happened to a white guy. Or who was the guy? I don't remember the name of the guy that was just
treat you like a black person.
Yeah, or who was the guy that was jogging that just got killed, who the people just got
Ahmaud
convicted.
Arbery.
Yeah.
Ahmaud Arbery. I mean, look at more recently, Ryan Coogler, director for Black Panther, right?
Yeah, but no, that situation, that's completely different. Like if you actually, I have a podcast, we broke that story down. The dude literally handed a note. He ain't had a lineup in like 2 months. He was looking crazy, dressed in a bummy fit, and in a note, put this much money in this account. That was not fair. What do you mean it doesn't matter? That is a sketch thing. If I was the teller on the other side of that, I would be like, that sketch, regardless of their race. Like this dude coming looking bummy, handing a note where his handwriting looked bad. He's like, oh yeah, put this money in this.
Gambino was smelling bad for like a good portion of his, he was looking bad and smelling bad for a good portion of his like career, and people treated him a certain way, but he wasn't like treated badly by the cops. Or
I'm talking specific
for people saying he's misrepresenting that story. That story is pretty accurate. If you look at the video footage of the guy going to the bank, he actually does look pretty weird. That was the one where I was like,
dressed like how, a normal person would dress, and then spoke with his mouth and said, hey, I would like to withdraw this money. Here's my identification. Here's my debit card. I don't think
there's a problem with that, right? There's a problem with that, right?
No, there is.
What?
Steven.
Why are you talking to me? What?
I need to tell you something. I never watched ABBA, so take that what you will. He's not my brown sugar, so work it out. I'm gonna catch you later.
Oh, okay. Thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful.
Hey, yo, peace and love, Fenty.
Bye.
Bye, Fenty.
Yeah, no, the greater point that I would make earlier, right, was that I'm not saying that black people, by and large, don't have a different experience than white people, regardless of your, social status or your financial status. But what I am saying is that all black people aren't in the exact same situation in every context, whether it's interacting with the police, whether it's the opportunities that are presented to you. And so what I'm saying is that we oftentimes speak in terms as if the solution is this one size fits all, like broad like issue for all black people, when it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but the one size, the broad brush is to fight the perception. It's not to fight the individuals, the diaspora of black people. It's not to fight that. Yeah, in reality, we're all different, and if we act a certain way, we're going to be treated a certain way. But we're not just dealing with reality in certain aspects. We're dealing with people's imaginations, you know, their stereotypes or their implicit biases, right? And we can't. There's no specific stimuli. It's very hard to pinpoint how somebody subconsciously feels about us. But there are certain things we can do as a community over time. It's going to take a lot of time in order to fight those perceptions and those false imaginations. Like, in order to fight racism, the concept of racism, race is a imaginary term, and if you go purely scientific, but we're dealing with beyond just like science. We're dealing with how people socialize with each other. So
but I think that's the issue. It's like we're trying to fight racism. Like it's too big and vague. You know what I'm saying?
It's been around for so long.
But I think
it's been around for so long. It's become a staple in how we deal with each other.
If you like look at individual situations, like look at a group of children in a very specific community, and let's address their needs on an individual level. You know what I mean? Like, equip them with the knowledge they need. Maybe they do live in an over-policed environment where they are more likely to have a negative physical interaction with the police. All right, let's equip them with the knowledge and wisdom they need to handle that, but also let's give the resources to them that they need to lift themselves out of that. Like, I think to the young lady, whoever just left, I think she was the one who was speaking to the whole constant talk of systematic racism. I guess that might have been somewhat of what she was trying to speak to, is like we speak in these generalized terms about, oh, let's fight racism. It's like to me it's like a nothing conversation that goes nowhere.
It can go somewhere if we stop trying to use mitigated like academic terminology to purely just like we have this thing of like trying to use data to get rid of how people get rid of the stigma of how people or the full realities of how people deal with each other, right? Like we try to get rid of like how people socialize by saying, oh, it's not really how we socialize because the data says otherwise. And it's kind of like, I think it's kind of it shows our lack of grassroots engagement, and it shows a lack of I'm lacking words on this. It shows our lack of I don't want to say ignorance, but I'm gonna say it. You sound kind of ignorant when you go straight to the data and say, like, I'll say this to Annalicia too, and I'm sorry, straight away. I'm gonna say this to you too. So you're kind of ignorant of what's going on in the realities between.
What data have I mentioned?
No, I'm not talking about you, Don. But okay. I'm saying we can have this conversation, but we need to stay within the realms of this conversation and not try to insert data or insert what we believe and how we feel, and just deal with what we're talking about. And if you haven't had this experience, like we were trying to discount it. Oh, not me, but you guys were trying to discount each other based upon your experiences instead of just dealing with the set experiences of the situation, which can be seen globally. So and that's a problem, because then you're gonna get into this nothing of a conversation like Don you're talking about, Don. We're trying to just insert. It's like I'm a Muslim and I'm trying to talk about like the Christian, or I'm a Christian. I'm trying to bring in a Muslim doctrine, and it has nothing to do with each other. Now we're trying to discount each other, and it becomes like a shouting match.
Look, it became a shouting match because there's some context missing from that conversation, because I've engaged with Anna multiple times before, and the only reason why data had to be inserted into in that particular conversation is because she has no understanding, or is reckless, or is not careful enough to properly contextualize or like understand the stats that she's citing. So I'm sure you've heard the saying that
I comprehend the way she uses her stats, and the way I comprehend them the same way. I just wouldn't engage in a conversation the way she deals with it. I think the way she deals with conversation affects our perception of the way she's using the statistics.
Can you repeat that last?
As in, I, as a viewer, understand everything she was talking about in an academic, because in my academic journey, I dealt with a lot of the same data points that she was talking about, and in class and in conversation and in life, and I can understand them and comprehend them in a certain way. But I think that we are engaging with her in a certain way because she's like bold and reckless, and she's mean and rude.
Well, I mean, I just don't like when she tries to bring up my skin color and like race as a means to dismiss like my points or like not engage with my arguments, because she's done that to me multiple times.
That's her being rude.
And then the conversation gets derailed from there because one, she was complaining that people were making assumptions about her background, but she was just like fine to call me white, and she has no knowledge about like my background or my understanding. And white is not the experience that I would describe having in my life or like in this country or like ever.
Yeah, but I would say it's lazy. I'm interrupting you, but I want to get into this after you.
Well, just that. Like I'm trying to, the only reason why numbers entered the conversation is because if she's going to bring up stats and then she presents them in a way that's misleading or false entirely, then I feel like somebody should bring up the fact that like, hey, what she just said and like the things that she's trying to cite were incorrect, wrong, miscontextualized, misleading. And then when I was pushing her to like, okay, if you disagree with like my rebuttal, then what are you citing or what? And she told me to do my own homework.
Because you guys already had this conversation, and she did cite, and we came to the conclusion, or she came to the conclusion, which you did not accept, is that your study that you brought that said that the absenteeism is a stereotype. She said the studies you brought up is only particularly dealing with individuals who are actively in their families, not the sort of active or the truly absent. So like the individuals who are the most active was I clear in what I said?
Kind of. Is that my problem is that she always wants to conflate in these conversations being unmarried with being absent, and that's not the same thing.
Yeah, but you kind of did it. Well, okay, so you can't be truly married if you're absent. And you can't grow a good family network if you're absent. I'm sure Jason and Don would agree. I think we all would agree.
You're not capturing the spirit of that. You're not capturing the spirit of that union.
Black a while ago, so maybe that's sneaking.
Well, I agree that if you're technically married on paper, right, but you live apart, you're not cohabitating, or you have limited contact, or it's disrupted in that way, I agree that that's going to be the on-the-ground experience. But in terms of like how the CDC will collect data on Black families in America, they're not going to know the nuances and background of each individual married and unmarried Black person. They're going to count a Black family or a Black couple that's married with issues and not even living together, that's like entirely separated even, in the same way that they would categorize a married, successful Black family, because that's just not what that data set allows for.
So then it's our responsibility to add that nuance to the conversation. It's our responsibility to use that data responsibly, not use it to counteract. Yeah, because then you're gonna get into the arguments that you're gonna get into, and we already know who Anna is. And this is my gripe with the way we have these conversations, or like we dealt with, redacted, the two redacted people that we shall not name. The way we engage with them is emboldening them to be more of themselves, and we're unapologetically ourselves. So allow them to be unapologetically themselves, and just ignore the. I'm pretty sure we can be better people. We can be adults.
Oh, totally. But I feel like
people choose to roll around in the mud.
I agree, but I feel like Anna is kind of the one who like derails these conversations. Like she literally derailed that entire conversation because she just had to insert that I'm white, but I'm not white. And just like me even trying to correct her on that.
I'm not saying you don't have to ignore it, but I'm like, you can engage in that instead of just asking her like questions to clarify, just say I'm not white and I have circumstances that prove that I'm not white, and just move on. Like, I'm pretty sure that the conversation Destiny had yesterday with Anna, the lead attorney, and Alex on that red pill, and it was they were able to come to certain conclusions because they were just being good faith and just holding each other accountable instead of just asking each other questions that leads nowhere.
She repeatedly asserted that I was white. Like I feel like you're kind of downplaying how much it derailed the conversation. Like, what if somebody was telling you that you weren't Black?
Who is this Anna chick? Like, what in terms of like why she's gone now, right?
Yeah, she is, but she's a big memer in my community.
Yeah, man, she's become another head. She's replaced redacted.
Yeah.
Okay. You know? I mean, I just wanted to know if we're doing this like Young and the Restless thing right now, or are we gonna like talk about black people? I'm just like.
I want to talk about black people.
But I would say it's the straighter aid in a social circumstance. If we weren't on a public platform, I would say, you sound a little iffy here. The way you dealing with this, yeah, black absenteeism is kind of big, you know, and there's a lot of individuals.
One would deny that, but you know, the absenteeism of black men in the homes is like the primary reason why the black community is exactly where it is today. You know, I think it's all about the fact that, you know, we have fatherless homes and things of that nature. I personally wouldn't disagree with that. If that's her stance, then yeah, she didn't know what she's talking about. But like,
okay, so then straighter aid, you're saying it's so now I want to engage with this, right?
Yeah.
And John has also agreed that is a primary. I would say maybe number one, maybe number two. You can say systems, but you know we can only deal with systems so much. We can only deal. I'm gonna be the Angela Rye and say we got to deal with. We can engage with the system, but we can't be fully divested and we can't be fully invested in the system. There has to be both ways. We have to go both ways in this. So
I agree, but I think that Anna was the one derailing, not me.
If we're talking about black families, the system isn't in the household, right? When we come home, the system stops at the door, right? We may bring in the emotions of how we feel about the system, you know, and the amount of money we bring in and the food we eat, but the family itself, we're still human beings at the end of the day.
Can it be said that the system kind of makes the family though, especially talking about black people? If you have policies where, you know, like for instance, black people were denied housing, so you know they all went to these projects and things. They're like, hey, guys, you come stay over here. It's, you know, it's close to the factory jobs that your husbands or whatever have. And then like bullshit happens. Oh well, black people can't stay.
But those poor people in the Caribbean seem to be the happiest go lucky people forever, even though they have all the crime, all those mobs, all the gang. They can still they still have a good family unit. And I may not know what I'm talking about, but when I go there and I have friends who go there who have family there, their family unit is tight. Maybe I'm just talking to people and my perception is colored. I'm just talking to people who have good family units there.
It varies. I grew up in Jamaica, right? So it varies. You definitely have homes that are still together, and then you have, you know, I grew up in a divorced parents. So yeah, you know, it just varies. But yeah, like anywhere else.
All right. But so then, are you gonna blame the system that those families are we going to say the system is the reason why the family is broken?
Absolutely. Like if black fathers can't stay here,
we're gonna get into gay people on TV is breaking the nuclear family, and
well, it's like, you know,
I think that's the interesting road to go down, right? Because yeah, we see broken families in places like Jamaica that isn't ruled by, you know, white supremacy, right? It's like 99% black people in Jamaica, and then, you know, so yeah, and then we have broken families here in America. I think you can argue, however, though, in America you did have things like, you know, the crack epidemic and you know, and the 3 strikes rule, and you know, it's a different thing. But I think at the heart of it, why the issues persist to this day is just a lack of biblical values. I think if we go back to there, I think that is the solution to everything. I believe, you know.
I agree with you as a fellow Christian, right? Because, you know, we have conversations. Like, I agree with you, but I also want to say that we were there at one point, and it led up to this, right? We were there where Christian values was number one, but was it really? I don't really think. I think our progressive understanding.
Are you saying that Christian values led to black people being in the position they are today?
No, I think people misusing Christian values are not truly understanding Christian values. I don't think I only think the minority of people will truly understand. I only think the minority of people will truly understand what it means to be truly Christian. Because even today, the Pew Research says 50% of people who go to church are actually Christian.
Yeah, no, definitely not everybody who goes to church is actually a devout Christian. No doubt about that. You know, you can say that by
there was a separation of church and state for a reason. You know, only so many people can understand what it truly means to be Christian, right? And I would say, yeah, put those people. We saw during the civil rights, you know, people who truly believed what they believed You know, the in Islam and in Christianity, or the
I actually
only
think
people who truly believe it are going to be our leaders.
no,
but
I
the rest of us aren't going to be.
All right, let Young Don respond. Yeah, go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I actually think the civil rights movement was one of the biggest things that hurt the Black Christian community. You know, because much like we see with the prosperity gospel today, we saw a corruption of the gospel for the sake of pushing, activism. You know, Black activism, trying to paint Jesus Christ as some kinds of a civil rights leader. That is essentially what they did, perverting the gospel. And I think that is a big part of the reason why, Black people, are not yielding the peace and unity they should be yielding from the Bible, because they were misled by activists who take the Bible, pervert it for the sake of pushing their own agendas. And so I actually think, I don't think Martin Luther King, for instance, was like a great Christian pastor. You know what I mean? He was a great civil rights advocate, but I don't believe that he actually, I listen to his speaking. I don't hear a lot of the gospel in his speaking. I don't hear a lot of talking about hell and the eternal damnation that all of us are at risk at suffering. If
Warnock, I don't see Warnock. So even Christian people, I go to a African Methodist Episcopalian church, heavily involved in politics. I believe my pastor, Reverend Flake, was either in Congress or Senate at one point, and he was a pastor. They don't go to people who are non-Christian and start talking about start talking about the scriptures, or start talking about, they deal with politics. Right?
Yeah,
and they deal with
right, because
they deal it with a social Christian ethic, of course. I can bring up
you would agree as a Christian then, right, that the greatest threat to all of mankind, including Black people, is the fact that we all are going to die, and then after we die, we are judged, and upon judgment.
The reward we get in heaven is what we use, how we deal with the life we have today. So we have to start talking about things we're going to deal with. How are we going to deal with life today? And I believe the family, we can both agree, the family is probably one of the most important things that we can, as human beings, engage with today.
I mean, the Bible says, seek the Lord and all else shall follow. If we address
seek ye, I understand. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things will be given to you. All things will be, everything else will follow.
So let me ask this: like, what good would it be for Dr. Martin Luther King to talk about hell when Black people are already living in hell? Like, you're living in a country where you're not.
If you read the Bible, hell is a much different place than Black America, brother.
Right, but I'm here living now. Like, I want to affect my living, right now. Like, I'm already living in hell in the system. I can't vote, so I'm not a real citizen. I'm paying taxes. I get, people can do whatever they want to me on the street, drag me out of my house, hang me up on a tree, and all this. Is like that is hell. Like, I want to change this now. I can't change the biblical hell.
But let me put it to you like this: you think when you come before the throne of God and you are going to be judged, and it's going to be decided whether or not you're going to live forever in the lake of fire, you think you're going to care that you didn't get a chance to?
It only resonates with people who truly fear that.
You think you're going to care that you couldn't vote? You're about to spend eternity in heaven because you followed Jesus. Who cares you couldn't vote? Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do our best to try and resolve issues here on earth. Obviously, we got to eat, we got to sleep, we got to do our thing. I feel that, but
even Jesus said, "Give ye to Caesar what is Caesar's, and give to God what is God." So that is implying you're dealing with the system, and you have to deal with the system, and you give to the system what you need. You need to be able to deal with the system accurately.
What the Bible says is that we are supposed to obey authority, because all authority in the earthly realm has been permitted by God. No one is in power that hasn't been permitted to be in power by God. For some,
of course, yeah.
I mean, we're supposed to be Christ-like. Christ was a big disobeyer of the earthly
family. I'm confused. What are you trying to talk about, Don? What are you trying to get at?
I mean, initially we were talking about, what does Black America need to do in order to, see progress, right? Is that what we're talking about? See more progress?
We were talking about the black family. So straight away, I'm just to make sure. Just to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's talk about the black family.
Are we talking about the black family, or just talk about black people in general? Because
I'm cool with talking. Yeah, let's get specific. Let's talk about the black family.
Because that's what Annalicia, excuse me, because I don't want her, I friended her on Instagram. I gotta be charitable.
Nice.
Annalicia is saying black men, and she's putting all the onus on black men, and she's saying black women at large are trying to do the best they can do, and black men aren't following suit. And all right, I'm gonna say my piece after that. I think that's the conversation that we're trying to have. Is it, what does a black family need to do, and whose fault is it, or not even fault? What do men and women in the black family have to do in order to make it better?
They need to give their lives to Jesus Christ.
Agreed. But
we absolutely have to get political. We absolutely have to vote. I mean, black turnout in Louisiana, for instance, was like, I think only 10%. Only 10% of black registered voters went out to vote. That's abysmal. We absolutely have to get out.
The black church is going to tell you to vote.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. How the black church has been corrupted by politicians for the sake.
No.
Yeah, that's what I believe. What's the name of that one black governor lady? Is it Stacey Adams?
Stacey Abrams.
Stacey Abrams.
Abrams, right? Who tried to use the gospel to support abortion. That's what the black church, and there were these two very famous black pastors on the East Coast that were co-signing it, trying to say that a woman's right to choose is biblical. And that is what has happened to the black church, unfortunately, when it dances with politics.
But that's not necessarily a problem, because we all have free will. We all have free will. Free will is a biblical.
What do you mean it's not a problem? What do you mean abortion's not a problem?
It is a problem. Abortion is a problem. More black babies are being aborted in New York than being born. Yes, that is a problem.
Right.
But the choice to have abortion existed before it was legally legislated. Before it was codified in law, abortion existed. It was always a problem, but people still always had a choice to it.
Sure.
Wait, can I cut in here?
We have the choice to kill each other. I'm all for, the American people voting on deciding on whether or not they want abortion to be on the table. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the church. This is an in-house issue, and there should be no debate within the church on where we stand on abortion. And that is my problem when we talk about, like politicians and the black church.
But Don, we all have a choice to choose Jesus or not. We have a choice to do whatever we want. That's the power of being. We have a choice to choose. This is what I'm trying to, and I have a conversation with my father.
All right, go ahead. Wait.
My father is.
Before you go, I want to just make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, we don't talk about the same thing. Abortion affects the black family just as much as.
Okay, so
we can talk about that.
All right. Okay, wait.
Does everyone else want to talk about that?
Wait, can I cut in really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
One, okay, like I was raised Catholic, so I was drilled on a lot of like the catechism. I know about all of this stuff. Like specifically, what scripture says that abortion is like sinful?
The book of Exodus says, "Thou shalt not murder."
But murder. Okay, so you're gonna conflate it with that. Okay, but like beyond that.
I mean,
do you really think that a lack of religiosity within the black community explains systemic racism? Because black Americans are some of the most religious Americans.
That is, what do you mean by religious?
What they identify themselves as Christian. They go to church.
Don is saying that the religious introduction to black people was kind of corrupted, or was only used as like a socio-political tool, and they're not following it in the way that a Christian ought to, I think is what his argument is. So even if a lot of them identify as Christian or go to church, they're not following like the teachings of Christ.
Okay, but like other demographics within this country have been seeing like a steady decline in religiosity and are becoming more secular, and they don't have the same issues that like black community is facing right now. So I'm not. I wonder like why you think it's like religion that's undergirding all of this, all of these issues.
Okay, so the Bible says, right, that if you give your life to Jesus, right, you will have the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit will take residence within you, and you will not desire to do what is wicked and evil, and you will start to desire the ways of the Lord. And the way of the Lord says, "Thou shalt not murder." And so if we want to see less abortions, more Christian women, Christian Black women will not be aborting their babies. We've seen a decline of Black people in the church in general. We've seen an increase of false prophets and false teachers within the church, especially in the Black community. We've seen the proliferation of the prosperity gospel, which does not tell you about hell, which does not tell you about your sin, but instead wants to tell you how Jesus can make everything all better and make you rich and successful and give you everything you want in the world. These are the reasons why things like abortion are being rampant in the Black community. If you're trying to tell me that you have Black people going to church, praying every day, reading their Bible, and then going the next day shooting up the block or aborting their babies, that is not happening. That is not happening.
The only pushback I have on this has always been the problem, even at the onset of the church, even when Jesus was around. This has always been a problem.
Didn't the most fervent Christians burn down Muslim cities?
David was
torturing
people. King David was sending people to their death to have people's wives. We can go through all the. I feel like I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I feel like the reasons why the only way we could get to that if people truly understood what it meant to live by grace, and I think that just goes beyond the spirituality of it. I think people naturally don't show each other grace, and in order to do that, and I believe Jesus is going to be a big impact in order to do that.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. Do you agree with this? Do you believe that abortion is wrong? Let me ask you that first.
Yeah, I believe the act of abortion is wrong.
Okay. Would you agree that if someone came to have a genuine relationship with Jesus, they will now become much less likely to want to have an abortion?
Yeah, I don't think that gets rid of they can still have an abortion.
Sure.
They still might have an abortion even though they might be the most Jesus loving person in the world. Yes. Because the fallen state of humanity, we're still in the flesh, Don. So we gotta,
Wait, see, all right. So this is what I would appreciate. Don't talk over me.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that yes, everyone is capable of sinning, right? You brought up some excellent examples with King David, right? He committed adultery and murder, right? With Bathsheba, we know this. Becoming a Christian doesn't mean you become a perfect person. You know what I mean? However, my question is, does getting to know Jesus, right, and having the Holy Spirit dwell within you, does that reduce the likelihood of you committing certain sins like murder? I believe it does.
Yeah.
And so if it does, the question is, how do we have less abortions happen if we had more Christian men and women?
Well, you keep conflating like murder and abortion, but those are not the same things. Like that was why I asked you to cite scripture that said anything about abortion. Abortion is a relatively recent term. Even within Catholic doctrine, it's understood to be this thing called like the quickening. Not death
isn't
even.
In the Bible either. I'm sure you don't believe that pedophilia is co-signed by Jesus.
Well, I'm not religious. I don't practice my religion anymore. I would consider myself atheist. But just kind of on that, like I can't speak to religious institutions or trying to guide those because those are internal structures that I'm not a part of, that I have no influence of, that are usually kind of authoritarian and top down. Like at least in the Catholic Church, like the Pope is going to decide the way that the Catholic Church is going to be structured and organized. So I can only bring it back to like policy, the government, which is all going to be secular. But like to be fair, so if you think like, to move off the abortion point, because I don't really like abortion arguments, like if you think abortion is murder, do you think that like women who Black women who are getting abortions should go to jail for murder?
Wait, so you asked me, let's talk about whether or not abortion is spoken of in the Bible, right? So the Bible says that we were knitted together in the wombs of our mothers, which suggests that our personhood begins within the womb. Secondly, we have to define, okay, what is murder, right? Murdering is, we can agree, killing somebody. Is that murder to kill somebody?
Well, just as a real quick aside on this, because the Bible's not going to talk about like abortion being immoral, right? Like, if your wife is unfaithful and she gets pregnant by another person, like the Bible has a description for literally ordering that woman to have an abortion, which seems strange that you would murder a baby if it's caused by infidelity. So I don't think the Bible considers abortion to be murder.
Wait. Stephen, you would have to quote me that verse just so I can be sure what you're talking about. You're saying that the Bible says if a woman becomes pregnant as a result of adultery, the baby should be aborted?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You gotta like send me that verse.
Gotcha. Okay, so Numbers chapter 5, verses 11 through 31. I'm gonna speed run this super quick. So the Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected, since there's no witness against her, and she has not been caught in the act, and if feelings of jealousy come over her husband, and he suspects his wife and she is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her, even though she is not impure, then he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it, because it is a grain offering for jealousy, a reminder offering to draw attention to wrongdoing. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you, and if you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings you a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. Then the woman is to say, Amen, so be it. So this is like a literal order from a priest saying that if you are engaged in infidelity, you get pregnant, then they give you like a curse water offering essentially to cause you to miscarry.
Okay, and so, and what is your argument based on that verse?
I'm just saying that it's a reach in the Bible to say thou shalt not kill or thou shalt not murder extends to fetuses, when I don't think in the Bible like.
Okay, all right. So thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder. So you're speaking about a specific instance under which a crime was committed, right?
Infidelity, correct. Okay,
all right. And you are that verse. Now you read that pretty quickly, but what did it sounded as if this was some sort of a like a spiritual ritual. Like it wasn't, if again, I would have to read it for myself, but it didn't sound as if the baby was guaranteed to die, right? Only if the
woman committed infidelity. Yeah.
No, it's a bitter tonic made to, because they considered it like a curse to alleviate the curse. If you were raped and something and the baby was let me just go through this. Go ahead. I'm gonna make sure my words are together.
Go ahead and explain it to me, because I just before I want to say anything, I want to make sure I understand what is being said, right? So
you drink the water. The water brings a curse, and the bitter suffering will enter her. And if the offering is burnt, and if the woman has made herself impure and unfaithful to her husband, and then this will be the result. It's gonna bring a curse. It's gonna cause suffering, and her babies, and she's gonna miscarry.
Okay.
So if she's had sex out of her marriage, she's been unfaithful to her partner. The water is made to create it's like an abortion tonic.
Right.
And it's there to, it's there in the instance of infidelity.
And so clarify this for me. So are you saying that in the instance where she did not commit adultery, but the husband is suspicious that she committed adultery and got pregnant as a result of adultery, this same procedure would be undertaken, right?
Yeah, but God would protect the woman from the curse if she wasn't infidelity-ish, whatever the fucking word is.
Okay, all right. Just from my understanding of that alone, it sounds as if it is God that would be the one that would be terminating the pregnancy, right?
Well, yeah.
Like, so
yes.
if a woman didn't commit adultery, her husband suspects that happened, and she's given a tonic, right? The baby would not die, right? That's what the verses are.
God would protect the baby.
Okay,
from the abortion tonic.
Okay, all right. So, one, in that instance, right, the Bible is suggesting that in this situation, God is the one who decides whether or not this baby lives or dies, and it is based on whether or not the mother committed adultery, right, and brought the
but the one who decides if the lady lives or dies is essentially the mother, because if she committed adultery, that baby's gonzo.
Right, if it is found out that she committed a crime. And So, but I don't see how this discounts the fact that that baby is a person or is alive.
Why would God kill a child just because of the sins of the parent?
Yeah,
Okay.
he wouldn't.
You have to understand, right? So death, the way how we perceive death is not the way how death is communicated in the Bible, right? Death is not punishment. Punishment comes after. Death is essentially being removed from this earthly realm and being brought before the Father. Now, a baby that has not had a chance to live life and exercise faith in God is going to be living in paradise for all of eternity alongside God. As a Christian, this is what you believe in if you believe the Bible.
Well, damn. I mean, the baby didn't even get like a baptism or anything. Like he's going to be not even born. He still has original sin and everything. You really think that's like a preferable outcome?
Original sin is a
Catholic thing.
Is Catholic. Yeah, yeah. That's not in the Bible.
Yeah.
So there's that. So
well, if that's the case, then shouldn't all abortion then be chill? Like any baby you abort automatically goes to heaven and is like basically big chillin'?
Okay, but in this situation, I'm saying it is God who makes a decision. It's God who makes a choice, and God cannot commit murder.
So you're saying some abortions are okay?
This is in the confine. So Don, this is in the Oh, go ahead, because I'm gonna go.
Murder, right? Murder is the unjust taking away of the life of a being that was created in the image of God, right?
And you're saying like a bastard child deserves to be aborted?
No, what I am saying is that God has every right to give life and take life at his discretion. That is completely different than us making an independent decision, right, to end the life of somebody else who was made in the image of God.
Agree.
Can I say that just going back to something that you said earlier where you were saying that you didn't like MLK's particular interpretation of scripture and how he used it for his political ends? I agree with you, and for the exact reason that this conversation is even happening, because we could go back and forth all day over your interpretation of scripture, over the Old Testament, the New Testament, Catholicism, and we really should like remove religiosity from these conversations entirely, because we are living in a like liberal secular democracy, and the insertion of religion in politics and policy to begin with is inappropriate because of these reasons, because there's way too much disagreement, and there's a lack of consensus among like how to interpret scripture. It's not for lack of Bible literacy that Black Americans find themselves in these situations, or that abortion is legal or not illegal. Like really, Republicans are not getting rid of the right to choose to have an abortion or not because of scripture.
And Don, I think before you go, Don,
truth, right?
Andrew,
wait. Just because multiple people choose to interpret the Bible differently doesn't mean that there isn't an actual accurate interpretation.
I know, but everybody's going to say that they have the right interpretation. That's why government needs to be secular, and like there needs to be separation of church and state because of this reason exactly.
Well, one, the separation of church and state was established for the sake of keeping politics out of the church, not church out of the politics. So that's one. Secondly,
wait, hold on. Just to be clear, that's absolutely not true. We literally just came from the monarchy in England and everything. It wasn't
true. I think both can be true.
No, all right. Explain to me, Destiny, why what I just said is incorrect.
For a couple of things. So, firstly, there are multiple times in the Bible. Genshin spoke of one of them. There are multiple times in the Bible where Jesus compels us to follow the laws of the lands that we live in. Render unto Caesar what is his, right? And also, when the United States was coming from England and we were declaring our independence and everything, I'm pretty sure we didn't want like the Church of England, like that type of like state religious institution to be a part of our government. It was part of ensuring like religious freedoms in the United States. I don't think it was because we wanted to keep politics out of the church.
I mean, Destiny, come on, bro. Where do you think we get our laws from in regards to like, not murdering, not kidnapping? All of these these are laws. These are morals that were established by the Bible. These are morals that were established.
Hold on, wait. First of all, they're not established by the Bible. These have been laws that civilizations have abided by for 10,000 years. So it's not the first time in the Bible that these showed up, right?
Not universal, right? There have always been civilizations that had what's the word? For every man for themselves, Wild West type of situation. Not every single culture has been ruled under the rules of murder is wrong, right? Not that's just not true.
They did have certain laws. If you murdered somebody, they had laws in certain in civilizations that had laws on murder.
Well, okay.
They punished murder. So I'm only saying that God has. We all understand that God has all given us an individual conscience, which is why we can't. That no one can say Jesus is not real, or say because I haven't heard about Christianity, it's not fair that I can't go to heaven or hell. We've all been given this moral conscience, but I just want to push this and say that yes, people have strayed from the original morality that was given, but our morals still have been codified into law, even though our original morals came from, like me and you believe they came from God. Right. We have taken those morals and kind of changed them over ever so slightly to fit our own narratives and our own self-benefit. And I think that happens to all of us. That's why there's the forever endeavor to be more like God by studying the scriptures and stuff. Yeah, we understand that. And for those who don't study the scriptures, they can still have those same morals, but they're not going to have the same understanding that those who study the scriptures are going to have, which is why it's harder to take scriptures and talk to people who are not accountable to us, or accountable to our scriptures. And that's why it was MLK and all. That's why MLK and even all religious figures, they don't go and start using their scriptures to try to dictate what people should do, based upon what they believe. They say even Jesus went to the Pharisees and say, how do you interpret the scriptures? What do you believe? He didn't start taking what he believed and start pushing on other people. He gave them a chance to.
So you the question, right? We started with the premise. You asked me, what is the solution to the problem in the black community? I gave you a very simple answer: Jesus Christ, right?
And I agree. Then I would push it even further and say, we need to have more faith in Jesus. Not because there's plenty of people. There's wait.
I don't want to have to like do the Destiny thing where I'm like, oh my gosh, you've been talking for like last 20 minutes.
Do the Destiny.
Go ahead.
I want to have to do that. Okay. All right. So the conversation shifted when Straighter Aid, is that what you go by?
Oh yeah,
that's me.
She's a slippery one.
Yeah, Straighter Aid kind of switched the conversation to, okay, like abortion in the context of the Bible, and that's a whole different conversation, right?
Yeah, I really regret doing that. I didn't know it was going to lead to an abortion debate. I hate abortion debate.
My fans have been wanting me to talk to Destiny about abortion anyway. But the point is, I think the solution to the problems that the black community is facing right now is faith in and obedience to Yah and to Jesus.
Okay, I disagree. I promise you that the reason that black Americans are in the economic and social positions that they are today has very little to do with religiosity at this point, or like a failure to interpret scripture properly.
What do you mean by religiosity?
Being religious.
Being religious. High belief in God or whatever.
Okay, and what is your definition of being religious?
Adhering to the tenets of the Christian church in general, man. Just, all that. Like following the 10 Commandments. Following the teachings of Christ. Just that. That's pretty much Christianity in a nutshell, right?
Okay, and what is your evidence that obeying the laws of God and loving your neighbor as you love yourself and loving God with all your heart, mind, and soul will not yield a better situation for the black community today?
Because we were doing that all throughout slavery. Christianity was forced down our throats. Like, that was the only book we were allowed to read. When we were allowed to read.
It's not that slaves have been Christian, it's that slaves couldn't even read, so they couldn't even truly understand what it meant to be.
There was a black slave who was still allowed to read. But I'm just saying, it's still, we don't have to read the Bible for them to push it upon us. I'm not saying Christianity's bad or nothing like that. I'm just saying that we have had fervent belief in God, and we were still slaves.
No, we didn't have fervent. I'm going to push back. We had a very baby-like faith. Like, we weren't intelligent. Once we were able to, and I know you're talking about the slave rebellions of Nat Turner, right? And once he was able to read it for himself, and he figured out that slavery is not tenable under true Christianity, we weren't, and that stuff wasn't, once we were able to tend for it ourselves, we were able to, that's why we had the rebellion in the first place. And he went around and started telling slaves, like, they're pushing to us certain parts of the scriptures. We were given a broken part of We were given an incomplete faith in God, an incomplete belief system, and that's why we were stuck in
no,
slavery.
black people were not enslaved because they were not praying hard enough, or
I'm not
because
talking
they
about why
weren't
we were
Christian.
enslaved. I'm talking about during slavery. That's what Jason brought up. During slavery, we were given Christianity, but we weren't giving a complete Christianity. And I would say even the white people who are pushing this on us were practicing an incomplete Christianity, because even the forefathers didn't believe in slavery, even though they had slaves. But their conscience was they were being convicted because they were truly being real, like what Don is calling us to be. We were truly being like strong in our faith. We wouldn't have been in the way we dealt with slavery wouldn't have been even there in the first place. We wouldn't have had gone through 400 years of
and
what we went through.
And I actually completely disagree with that, saying that black people were these devout Christians, living in Africa, and that is why, and
yeah,
that,
we were mixing it. We were mixing it with Yoruba faith and all that.
There were all kinds of pagan worship happening. And in fact, if you actually look into the argument proposed by people like the Hebrew Israelites, for instance, right, they actually go as far as to suggest that the black people who were sold into slavery, they had actual Jewish roots, right? And I don't endorse the idea of the people who are identified as Jewish today are somehow like fake Jews. But what they do argue is that many of the black people who were sold into slavery were of Jewish descent, who were being disobedient to Yah, their God. And we know that God will oftentimes use other people, non-believers, as a means of casting judgment on his people. And so we don't know that. We don't know to say definitively that the reason why black people are in the position today has nothing to do with disobedience to God. That is you speaking on behalf of God. We don't know that. But what I do know, right? We can all speculate about how people were behaving hundreds of years ago, right? But what I do know is I look around today, and when I look in the black community, I do not see obedience to God. So I'm just saying, how about we try that out? Yeah, if we do that for a little bit, and then we're still in the exact same position, then I'll concede and say, yeah, no, you're right. I guess it has nothing to do with God. But
in the 1920s,
the Bible talks more about money than anything else.
It does not speak more about money than God. What are you talking
not more about them. Of course, no. The Bible speaks to Jesus. It's a revelation of Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. But the Bible, when the Bible delves into principles, they delve into economic and societal principles more than moral. They'll interpret it through moral compass, but they delve into money. It's like one of the most spoken of things, if not the most spoken of things in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And I will say that people have usurped that. They've taken the principles. Like you see a lot of these self-help people, New Age Christians. I even say Tony Evans is Tony Evans, right? They'll take principles from it and all the economic principles. I even had a guy come up to me and start talking faith to me and talking about things in the Bible, and he wasn't Christian. So people use those economic principles. If we truly live to those principles, we would have prosperity. A lot of those rich people like Dave Ramsey. Even Dave Ramsey has said this, Don. So I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna argue with this.
Not the Bible.
Huh?
Dave Ramsey is not the Bible. There are actually
I'm not saying Dave Ramsey is the Bible, but Dave Ramsey his economic prescription can lead to a prosperous outcome, especially in the black community, where we've always talked about economics.
I'm not denying the importance of money. I mean, we all got to pay our rent, but what I'm saying is,
I'm just saying it to push to your narrative. If we had more faith in God, all our problems would be solved, especially the economic.
We obeyed God. It's not just enough to think that. You see, there are a lot of people walking around calling themselves Christian because they can say, I think Jesus is God, or I think the Bible is true. Are you living a Christian life? Are you obeying God, right? We know that there are consequences to living a life of sin. And so I think that the problem in the black community, the biggest problem facing not just the black community, but anybody who is dealing with issues, is the problem of sin. And so I am saying, and to deny that the black community
wait, can we move off the religious thing for just a second? No, because how come a lot of Asian people in this country and white people enjoy economic success and they don't give a fuck about Christianity? I promise you.
Yeah, but that is a problem. Your metric for success in this world is money. My metric for this success in this world is peace. And so you
No,
don't money to
that's
be
not my metric for success. You're
sounds
assuming that.
Even the peace, true peace isn't gonna happen until Jesus comes back.
that is
Bible speaks about
true.
this.
The Bible also talks about having peace by simply having rest in Jesus. Jesus is the fulfillment of the law. Jesus is the final Sabbath.
Yeah, but true peace on the realm of earth.
I'm at peace.
That is plagued by the prince of the air. True peace doesn't happen for the 1,000-year period. Doesn't happen until Jesus comes back.
I'm not talking about world peace, right? The Bible says.
But you are talking about world peace.
No, I'm talking about inner peace. I'm talking about peace in one's life. I'm talking about the problem with that's going on in Black America, right? When we look at the crime, when we look at the single parenthood, when we look at the problem of abortion, and the Bible also promises that we're all going to have our daily bread, right? Every Black guy doesn't need to be driving a Mercedes, right, and sending their kid to Harvard to be able to say, oh, we've solved the problem in the Black community, like that. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, though.
So what do you say to Black Americans who aren't Christian, like Black Jewish people or like Black Muslims? Like, what do you say to them?
Come to Jesus.
And if they don't?
But John, what do you say to those people who have come to Jesus?
Her question. Can I finish answering her question? Okay. Yeah. What was your question?
I'm saying, what about there's a lot there? It's a minority, but there are Black people who are not Christians like you. There are Black Jews, there are Black Muslims, there's Black people who subscribe to all different types of faith. There are Black secular people who are irreligious. They're atheists themselves. So what would you say to them?
Come to Jesus.
And if they say, I don't want to come to Jesus, but I shouldn't have to live in a state of constant economic deprivation in my own country, what would you say to them?
Say that again. You said that really fast.
What if I don't want to be religious, but I also don't want to be poor? Like, I don't think I deserve to live poor just because I'm not religious.
Well, I would say that Jesus has the solution to your problems. And if you don't want the solution I have to offer you, then I'll pray for you. But, I mean, you're asking, it's like going to a dentist and saying, hey, I have this toothache. What's the solution? And the dentist tells you, oh, we need to fill the cavity. It's like, yeah, but I don't want to do that. It's like, all right, I guess ignore it. I guess suck on a lollipop, or I don't take.
Because you're presupposing that the cavity in this case is some sort of like lack of moral character or lack of faith or religiosity or a belief in Jesus, and it's not. The cavity in this case is like a lack of resources and poverty.
I disagree with you on that. I think the presupposition is.
We'd probably disagree on a great many things, my friend. It sounds like yeah. Because I like. Y'all are very religious, and I mean, like I was raised Catholic and stuff like that. But
I'm gonna say this.
You're Catholic, but that's not relevant to like me. Like I'm not Catholic. Like,
but not. I don't.
Well,
think
exactly. That's why these conversations need to be. They need to transcend religion.
Yes, it does. Right? She's saying she's making it sound like I already tried that. I was Catholic.
Okay, Catholic wait. Can I? Okay, wait. Let me move. Hold on, because I don't think anybody even disagrees on this conversation. Okay, let's. Okay, hold on. So what Don is saying is that Christianity provides a pathway to success for communities. Don doesn't say that wait, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Who just said they disagree? Will you disagree with me?
Yeah, no.
No, hold on. Let me finish explaining that. You can tell me you're agreeing. Okay. Don is not saying that identifying as Christian or going to church is going to provide a path to success, but embodying the values that come from some Christian Bible are going to make you successful. So things like taking care of your family, taking care of your communities, adhering to the 10 Commandments. So like no gangbanging, no drug shit, no thug shit, no being infidelious or whatever. Like all of this shit, if you follow these rules, it is a path to success for your community. When you look at a lot of the problems in the Black community, if these people were truly embodying the values that were in the Bible, they would probably be doing a lot better. Ergo, Don says that Black people abdicating their religion or not being good Christians would be one of the major reasons why they're on the path they are, and it would be one of the major ways to remedy those issues in the Black community. That's right?
I agree with that.
Okay.
Like 99%.
Yeah.
Right, and what I would say to that is that how come there are people of other racial demographics that actually aren't as economically or socially deprived as Black people are in America today, and they are not religious whatsoever. In fact, they're growing increasingly secular. Okay. So doesn't that kind of tell you that like a lack of religion or a lack of faith in Jesus? Or
so Aaron's counter argument is like, look at Scandinavia. There's a lot of secular people here. They do pretty well compared to, say, people in the United States in a lot of different ways. But that's a really secular society. So it seems like there are other pathways to. Yeah, go ahead.
They're heavily monogamous in one racial dynamic. And yeah, there's the they don't deal with the problems we in the West deal with.
So okay, I think brother, you just made a really good point that
no, it's not a good point, but keep going.
Yeah, he does make a really good point, right? So just because
No.
you don't identify as Christian, if you live a life in accordance with the moral wisdom of God, you are going to see the benefits of that. Sin is the problem, right? So whether or not you call yourself Christian or not, if you don't cheat on your wife, that's going to have a positive outcome. So that's one thing. So that's in Stephen bringing that up. And that's a problem we see in the Black community, right? We see rampant adultery, we see rampant fornication. A part of the reason I think you will agree that abortions are linked to unwanted pregnancies, right? Why are there so many unwanted pregnancies happening? And so
a lot of unwanted pregnancies happen because of a lack of access to comprehensive sex ed.
Well, but he would say that unwanted pregnancies happen on a religious reason because people are fornicating outside of like the sanctity of like a marital bond, right?
Exactly, right? People are just not having, like, as a woman, not having sex with somebody that you would be okay with having a offspring with. I would say that is just unwise, right? Because the possibility is always there. So it would be in your best interest that everyone you have sex with would be someone that if you got pregnant by them, you would be like, okay, yeah, cool, I can make this work. That would be the ideal situation.
And that's sex ed 101. That's sex ed everywhere.
No, okay, no, that's not all right. You can call that sex ed if you want. Really, that's just a watered down version of what the Bible tells you to do, right? The Bible.
But I'm just saying.
The person you marry, right? The watered down version of that is only have sex with people you would consider married, right? You can call that sex ed if you want. I just call that watered down Bible. But yeah. So I do not. I'm not, and also I'm not saying that follow the Bible you get rich. Follow the Bible and you break into the upper middle class. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying follow the Bible and you will have peace in this world. I don't believe money is, having an excess of money is what equals peace in this world, right? I believe that your daily bread is what we all need, and God promises that you'll have your daily bread. And so, yeah, but
does anyone disagree with that?
Well, I think
yeah.
Or go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. It's like, yeah, he's right on a certain point, but it's like, man, if you're so poor where you can't have your daily bread, I mean, the Bible doesn't give us anything to kind of, remedy that. I would go as far as to agree with you that, yeah, if just churches in general provide people a way of networking on a common ground, which would be your religion, yeah, that would help. But I wouldn't say as far as the end all be all, or that it would provide, any measure of peace for a general population. As like I said, we've had that before in the 50s, 40s, 60s. We could read. We had the full faith in Jesus, and we were still facing a great deal of inner turmoil because of the society we're living in.
I would disagree with that. I would say just like how they brought up the facts earlier that 50% of the people that go to church aren't actually Christian or something like that. Someone brought up that statistic. I'm just pointing out the fact that just because people say that they believe that they are Christian doesn't mean that they're actually living a Christian lifestyle. But again, I offer that my solution. I don't think I've not witnessed that in my lifetime. I just think that would be the solution. If you think that us going from, so wait a minute, do you not think that fatherless homes is a part of the problem?
Yes, but it's one part, and Anna was saying that it was the number one problem.
If it's okay, I think it's a big part of the problem. I don't know, maybe it is. I mean,
I would say it's single parent households and like a lack of money.
Problem household is a part of the problem. Do you not think removing that as a problem would help the overall situation?
Yeah, of course it would help. But I'm saying that if you're trying to look to the Black family structure and like absenteeism and like divorce rates and marriage to explain
you're talking
systemic racism, like you're not going to be able to, because Black families are not the only people who are broken.
If my father was Christian, my parents would not have gotten divorced. Like, what are you talking about? The Bible is the solution. Jesus is the solution.
Yeah, but that's also a problem.
But I've seen Christians get divorced. So everything you're prescribing against.
Right.
White people get divorced too. And white people are not as poor as Black people on average.
Okay. What is your point? They get divorced. They also get married more. So yeah, they get divorced, but the Black marriage rate is considerably lower than the white marriage rate. And again, my metric for success is not having equal bank accounts, like the same amount of the same number in the bank account, you know. But I mean, yeah, I mean, if
We're
y'all
talking about like
y'all have a better, so what's your solution then? Since Jesus isn't doing none for nobody, what's your solution?
Well, the thing is that I'm not trying to discount the personal enrichment that can come from religiosity, from spirituality, but I'm saying that can't be a replacement for systemic change and ways of addressing the problems within the Black community. That's just one part of it. It's not ever going to overcome like poverty within the Black community. Because you think when you say that like your only metric for success is money, it's not. You make it sound that like, you know, I'm particularly like materialistic, or like looking at like, you know, who can flex like the most luxury from between each racial demographic. I'm not. I'm talking just about like people having like basic needs met, and like a ton of people within these communities, quote unquote, these people live below the poverty line. Like they don't have anything.
So what's the solution, right? I gave my solution in 2 words. What's your solution?
And well, wait, do you think that your solution would be better because you gave it in 2 words, just Jesus Christ?
I'm just saying I could communicate.
So we were holding Annalicia to the same standard.
I gave my solution very simply and clearly. Jesus Christ. What is your solution?
Economic policies is a solution.
Yeah, exactly.
Policing policies is a solution.
So okay, how would policing policies help your life, brother?
A police policy, not first of all quotas, because like there's no specific law targeting Black people, but the way these laws are enforced do target Black people, you know, by the officer's discretion. So removing their discretion to even have to do things like I have to get a certain number of tickets in, or else, you know, I'm in trouble. That has to go. That removes Black people from, you know, from the crosshairs of police officers. Get rid of the war on drugs. Everybody likes to get high. You may not get high, but white people, Black people, we all like to smoke a little weed every now and then. Removing that is a huge benefactor. Like, why should I go to jail for years for doing something, for holding an eighth or whatever that this white kid does too? That's a huge thing. So that keeps Black fathers in the home. Black fathers stay in the home. They're there to be a role model. Hell, if the Black mother and the Black father stay together, maybe the Black father is able to go get a better job to provide it.
Arrested for having weed on them? You think that's what's the problem today?
That is a huge problem. Like, Black dude, I think what's the stat? I don't remember the exact number, but I know that there are, for nonviolent drug offenses, Black people
do you have any
jails.
Black friends that are dads that don't live with their kids?
Do I have any Black friends that are dads that don't live with their kids?
Yeah.
No, but most of my friends don't have kids, so no.
Yeah.
Do you want to like?
So
the ones that I do, they're not in jail.
Let's wait real quick. Wait. So there's not gonna be a one size fits all answer, okay? But I think the problem is that the religious answer is obviously not the answer either, because by your own admission, there are a lot of people that engage with religion or religiosity in a really negative way, right? Like you've even got like gangsters will like kiss a cross and then do like a music video about shooting people up, or people will, you know, like say a prayer before like doing drive-bys. You know, like a lot of rap culture had, even the gangster rap stuff, had a lot of stuff to do with Islam for a lot of those rappers, or Christianity or whatever. You see a lot of the imagery, a lot of the symbolism, and then there are a lot of religious people in the Black community, but it doesn't seem like it's helped. So there's 2 potential solutions here. We've either got they need to be more religious just in the right ways, which I don't even know how we begin to address those problems, right? Because every pastor, every minister, every archdiocese, everybody does things a different way. Or 2, we look at how every other society in the world works and we say, well, you know, as long as people have economic opportunity and educational opportunities and safe places to live, access to like food and shelter, like, I think generally people do okay. They don't even need religion, right? So we look at Scandinavia, you look at white communities or Asian communities or any other communities in the United States, like it's not like God is saving everybody but Black people. It's that most people have like the economic opportunities and educational opportunities available to them to be successful. I think that's probably the thing that we can push on the most, because saying like just do God better is probably not the answer that's going to work, would be my guess.
Yeah. If you want, just like, because I was trying to get at when you said like my answer is 2 words, it's Jesus Christ. If like 2 words, okay, go vote. That's one way to start solving problems. Like I think Jasheen pointed out earlier that like not a lot of Black Americans are voting, not nearly enough. And then you have to move beyond that. You have to understand like why aren't they voting? And a lot of the reason why is that just like poor people everywhere in this country don't vote.
Yeah.
And so if you want to ask me like what my solution is, it's probably something along the lines of reparations, economic and financial redistribution,
Have you ever given
funding
a
schools
person
better.
a lot of money?
Wait,
I'm
okay,
sorry?
hold on, wait, don't do that. Okay, hold on, wait, ignore her things, right? Wait. The real answer is it probably needs to be reinvestment into structures that pay future dividends, right? So education is important because when you're in school, you're not having kids. When you're in school, you're increasing your future earning potentials. And when you've got kids that are going to school, you free up the parents to do things like. So education is a really big thing because it empowers people to be successful in the future. Making access to home loans is really important. Like Jashin, how do you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
Just call me Josh.
Josh. Okay. So what Josh said earlier was really important too, that generational wealth is oftentimes passed on through home equity, right? And in 2007, the United States recovered largely from the housing crisis. Black people did not. And home equity is one of the biggest ways you pass wealth on to your children. So making homes available or more affordable to Black African-American families could be an important step forward. Like these are the types of things. I don't know if I'd say reparations because I know what you were about to say. You ever give money to a fucking druggie or whatever, they just go and blow it over. That's probably true. I don't care about that. But at the very least, there should be some reinvestment made into communities to create these structures that pay future dividends in terms of how children and people engage with their community.
And I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm just saying
but
I think that you see that happening more when people are following Christ, personally.
On that point though, you just in response to like my answers and like my concrete solutions to these things, you were like, are you serious? Have you ever seen what happens when you give Black people money? Like, I feel like no matter what I could say to you, you were going to say that, like, that's never, that, like, my solutions
Hold on, wait, be careful. I said that. I might have strawmanned him. He might not have going to say that. Sorry, go ahead.
He asked me, he said, have you ever given a Black person a lot of money?
I've never said that. I never
He didn't say that. I finished that statement for him. I cut him off before he said that. So
what were
he
you
might
going
not.
to say
Sorry,
then?
yeah, go ahead.
I said, have you ever given a broke person a lot of money?
I heard Black person. I'm sorry. If you said broke person, then yeah, I agree with whatever.
Yeah. Broke people usually do, throw away their money. I mean, they've never had the experience of having it. So once they have it, it's kind of, goes quick on frivolous things. But they kind of, agree with you a little bit, Don. Like, yeah, let's say, I'm trying to agree with them a little bit here. If Black people were in the church more, then yeah, we could network more, okay, through Jesus, okay, and we could do things like putting our money together, practicing group economics. Like, let's say I can't, buy, let's say, this apartment building, but 100 of us in the church could. And then we could take that, fix it up, rent it out, blah, 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 and build equity on that. I'll give you that the church can provide those facilities for those things to happen and create upward mobility.
I mean, they do that. They do that in Queens, New York. Allen AME, they have like apartment complexes, they have geriatric facilities, and they facilitate that all through the church.
Right. I mean, like, it's also Skelly's talking about.
Because then those funds circle back into the church because they're paying tithe and it's helping the community facilitate itself.
Right. I mean, like, at the scale he's talking about, it needs to happen more. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it definitely could happen more if more Black people were in the church and networking.
Yeah, so then I asked Don, why did you say have you ever given a broke person money? Were you talking about them mentally broke or actual broke?
Mental. No, I mean, have you ever given somebody who's never had a lot of money?
Yeah.
Okay, and what happened?
They went and bought food and ate.
That's not a lot of money.
I mean, so what do you mean a lot of money? You mean like
let's shortcut this. Let's shortcut this because we know with this, right? So anybody that's ever worked in service before, I worked in service. When people got their tax refunds, this money wasn't going into like education plans. This money wasn't going into like future investment. This money was going towards big screen TVs. That's not even Black people. That's everybody. Like, it's like, yeah. What?
But what's wrong with that?
Well, the problem is that I don't think that the goal isn't to give people money to give them short-term material relief. It's to you want to invest in communities so that their long-term outcomes start to reach parity with other communities. You want their children to be successful. You want the moms and dads to be successful, the households to make money, for everybody to be doing better, not just be able to buy a bunch of stuff for a month.
All right, let's put it like this. How much money did you get during the COVID whatever?
$2,000.
It was
$1,200.
It was a lot. A lot of people.
I got a little bit more.
Yo, a lot of people got like 35,000. Like I used to be an account auditor for Bank of America like not too long ago, and a lot of people got like $35,000, $25,000 loaded on their card. And I'm just straight up. They
Wait,
did
3,500 or 1,000?
35,000, $25,000, like that amounts loaded onto like their cars at times. And yeah, they blew it on frivolous stuff, man. It's ATM withdrawals for like thousands of dollars and buying Prada and Gucci bags and stuff like that. Like the state of California had to put a stop on ATM withdrawals and spending it anywhere.
Wait, where were they getting that much money from? That's an insane amount of money.
The state of California, like, the state of California giving people that much money for COVID relief. It absolutely, bro. Like facts. I was an account auditor.
Are you talking about like? Are you including like unemployment insurance and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were just saying like stimulus checks and shit. Okay, never mind. I understand. Okay, that's possible. Okay, I don't know the average earnings was, but
my point is, right. So $35,000, that's a lot of money, right? And they didn't, they didn't change the course of their, family bloodline with that. The point I'm making is, if we're talking reparations, right? You want to talk reparations? We talking big money. I'm saying if you think handing every black family $50,000 is going to fix things, I think you're sadly mistaken. We got to talk in the numbers, maybe upwards of $250,000, $500,000 each. I'm saying
I don't think the amount matters. I really don't think the amount matters because I've seen people.
That's why I don't think reparations is the way to go, because
the thing is that
I disagree. Hold on. Let me go. I don't think that
the amount of money you need to shell out to quote unquote even the playing fields would be, in the trillions, right?
Yeah, you should definitely, if you've taken, especially if you've stolen, even the Bible says if you've stolen, you have to give 7 times more. So yeah, if you've stolen, you should definitely get something back.
Brian Morass, thanks for the $100, my dude.
Truly intelligent response to someone stealing or taking unjustly. So I'm not gonna push back against something that is duly owed, but I'm not gonna say it doesn't matter what dollar amount it is. Give the money back.
I mean, I don't know.
Even $100 used right over generations can change people's lives.
They didn't steal trillions of dollars from black people, right? They stole
a good amount. It was in the billions.
Yeah,
I think in the millions.
Well, hold on. Be careful. Be careful. Wait. On this conversation, be careful. There's 2 different arguments being made. You can make an argument morally that black people are owed reparations, which I actually think there are decent arguments for, but that's separate from the argument that reparations will fix the black community. You could make the argument that because you could say simultaneously, reparations probably are owed to the black community, but if they got a bunch of money, it'd be wasted. They're not going to build, generational wealth. That could be the case, right?
How do you put a price on time spent? How do you put a price on families divided? Like, how do you put, I'm saying, how are you going to put a price on that to come to a fair number in terms of, this is what black people are?
Those are 2 separate issues.
So what I'm saying, right? We're just going to come up with a number because that's what it would be. There's no way to accurately calculate how much, quote unquote, black people are owed. We just got to come up with a number.
It's done. Yes, there is. It's been done. We know how much.
How much?
I think it's in a few. It's like a few billion. I've heard the conversations before amongst current day black activists, and they calculate land. They calculate how much land has appreciated, and how much people have been if things have damage and insurance payments that never were paid out, especially when Tulsa was burned down. Insurance payments weren't paid out. People are due a specific amount, and people have calculated that.
How did they come to that number? I mean, I'm saying one black. You don't know which one of those black people could have been the next.
But you know how you can deal that out. So here's the solution. You know how you can deal that out. You can deal that out by increasing wages, proportional in those communities where most people live. You can increase those wages, or give. It's like what people do. They give bonuses. And you can just divvy it out evenly. It doesn't really matter. And I'm just saying, it doesn't matter which family gets.
Do you own a business?
Huh?
Do you own a business? Do you employ people?
We have a church, and we have a church. We facilitate a church.
Okay, how much?
I tutor.
How much do you pay the employees at the church?
We pay them what we make. It's proportional to what we can get.
Why don't you just double it then?
The funds aren't there.
I'm saying the problem starts with us, right? The change begins with us. Just double everybody's payday.
I see you and I agree with you, but getting rid of reparations giving somebody what is owed to them is still a just thing. That is a biblical thing. If you steal, you have to give back, or it will be taken from you.
How much money was stolen from you?
I don't, man.
It's hard to say, man. Like even with all the.
I don't think it. So here's my argument. I don't think it matters. I really don't think. I think if you gave me $100 and I use that $100 properly, I can change the course of my family's life. I've seen people start businesses. How
much money did you get? How much? If I want to start during the COVID thing is what I'm saying. Did you
I got $2,000. I said I got $2,000.
Did you change your family's life with the $2,000?
Yeah, I can. I got a lot of equipment. The $2,000 is allowing me to speak to you now. The $2,000 got me all this equipment.
Okay, and brother said that there's some people who got $35,000 and ain't do nothing with it.
They slackers. We don't talk about them people. We can't keep
thousands of dollars to every black person. Is that what you're saying?
Well, here's something that's better. Like we could give, if it was possible, like we did for Native Americans, we could do like free college. If it was possible to prove what black person was a descendant of slave and wasn't, which at this point I don't think it is, you could do something like free school. So that way, if you want to apply yourself, if you want to make the personal decision to better yourself, yeah, it's a free school. Free.
I would go even farther and say, even if you were mixed race and you had a parent that was ADOS, you should get your due too.
Yeah. Okay.
Because what if the half of your family that's white participated in slavery?
Yeah, people. There's a lot of white people I saw who went to college for free because they were like a sixth Native American.
Like, it's like the white. Based upon my faith in God, if you stolen from part of my family, you owe me.
No, I'm saying, but then the white side of your family paid the black side of your family, right?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you should anyway. But they probably are. They're y'all family. We're married.
Yeah, no, but no. The point I'm making, I agree with Steven and I agree with Joshin. Is that how I pronounce your name?
You can just call me Josh, man.
Josh, yeah, I agree with you guys both in the sense that the idea of my problem is putting a check in the hands of indiscriminately just because you have black skin. I don't think that's the solution. I do agree that putting money into resources, right, like education, recreational centers and things like that, I think that is definitely the solution. My argument, however, is just that a country filled with selfless loving people who are following Christ is more likely to get that done than a country that is run by selfish, materialistic, self-centered people who are just
because we would forgive the debt.
Well, wait, can I respond to that? Because I was the one who mentioned reparations, and I think he misunderstood what I meant when I said reparations, because I think right now, like, the idea is that, like, most people, when they hear reparations, they think, I think some anxious people think, like, oh, shoot, like, black people are going to be empowered to, like, go knock on the doors of white people and stick their hand out and ask for money. That's one way to look at reparations. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about, like, the moral claim to, like, should black people be given, money based off of like whether or not they were descendant of slaves in this country. I would say like wholesale, like there's a ton of policy recommendations that could basically function as reparations, because if we're talking about like making just like massive investments in rebuilding these communities, these cities, and like creating millions of jobs that pay a living wage, making public colleges and universities tuition free, like targeting federal resources to the areas where it's needed most within black communities and where it's the most impoverished. Like that's what I mean. I feel like that's what I'm talking about could function as like basically reparations to black people. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used that term, because again, it like started this conversation. It's more of like a moral argument. But yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, that's why I'm saying the moral argument is different than like, will it improve communities? Because if you want to make the moral argument, technically, it doesn't matter what they'll spend their money on. They should have the right to buy and waste it on whatever they want. If it's their money, it's their money, right? An employer doesn't pay their employee wages based on whether or not they're going to spend it soundly. They pay it to him because it's money owed for labor, right? So if you want to make the moral argument for reparations, it has nothing to do with whether they spend it. But that's what I'm saying. It's like a separate kind of thing.
Yeah, like the moral claim is there. Like morally, do black Americans deserve reparations? Of course. But like the reparations claim really no longer functions as like an actual political demand for like land or territory. It usually operates as kind of just like a claim for like power and recognition and like trying to shift the landscape. for Black Americans to. Yeah, that's what I think. So yeah, I feel like when people
argue, where are you getting that notion?
What? Because I feel like when I hear about people making the case for reparations, it's based off, it's staked out on a moral claim, not really so much as like sound economic policy.
Yeah, I don't think like, I mean, when you've got like NBA players going broke like 5 years after being out of the NBA, I don't think that like just throwing money in a community is going to like get rid of a lot of the problems. The problems are deeper than just money, right? And I think actually, to circle back really far around, that's kind of what I think Don is getting at, is that there are poor communities that do okay. It's not just a matter of material wealth. I think young Don was getting at more of kind of like a spiritual decay that's happened among a lot of people. So that it's possible to be a poor group of people that have strong family values, that live their lives in moral ways, they don't have children out of wedlock, and they still do okay, even though they don't have access to the same material wealth that other groups in the United States might have access to.
I think the spiritual decay is cyclical. I think it happens constantly throughout history. It's going to continue to happen until Jesus comes back. So I don't think we can combat this. We can mitigate against the spiritual decay. This is me speaking to you and Don. I think you can't combat the spiritual decay, but there's and there's ways for us to mitigate that spiritual decay. And we can't go to people who do not want to be spiritual and tell them to be spiritual, because only God can tell them to be spiritual.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm not in the business of forcing anyone to do anything, but I'm just saying, like, if you ask for a solution and they give it to you and you don't want it, then, you know, that's all I can do. You know, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so then, but there's other, you can now prescribe, I think you can prescribe that. They don't accept that, but you can also prescribe other things as well. Jesus wasn't just telling people to, I mean, Jesus did more than just tell people to have faith in him and the Father. And the Holy Spirit.
Like what?
He just told people to how they treat one another, how they deal with he talked about politics, he talked about economics in his parables, he talked about how you deal with your daily life, he talked about systems he talked about everything. Jesus talked about everything.
No, I disagree with like using the you know, trying to separate. I disagree with like trying to separate, you know, how you treat your neighbors as like separate. That's exactly my point. You know,
I'm not saying it's separate. It's all. But that's not what I'm saying. It's not separate.
He is saying that if you see, here's a problem, right? Here's a problem is when you're trying to cherry pick or take what you like from the doctrine of the Bible and say, okay, well, Jesus talked about how we treat each other, right? You know, treat each other lovingly, and that this is what people who like try to support the abortion narrative using the Bible do, right? They talk about the fact that we're supposed to be kind to each other, and how sometimes people who are, you know, pro-life often speak in a manner that is unkind, right, to people who are pro-abortion, right? So but that is like, I'm saying don't do that. I'm saying start first with Jesus, right? Start first with following Jesus, and that's the thing, I don't see following Jesus as a religion, right? Following Jesus, the religion, when you look at other religions, they're work-based, salvation-based. They're about following a set of laws, right? That is not what, and rituals and practices and customs, right? I'm all about following the guy. I'm all about following Jesus, right? That's what I believe it means to be a Christian. And I believe that if you follow Jesus, right, all of your problems will be solved. Not when I say that, I don't mean, oh, now you're going to have, you know, all this money, or, you know, all of this this upward mobility financially, or any of that. I don't think Jesus promises any of that. When I look at what makes people unhappy, I mean, I heard this, Steven, you were talking about this, or Destiny, what would you prefer me calling?
Steven is good. Steven is good.
Okay, yeah. I heard that interview you had. I can't remember. I think it was Valuetainment TV, or it was with that chick, the blonde chick, a little bit older. But you know,
yeah, Jebediah or something was on. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you were talking about how like you were comparing your family, right? That the Latino side of your family, that, you know, doesn't have as much, right? You know, the basement floods when it rains type deal. To the side of your family that does very well financially. And when you ask yourself who seems happier, it's the one with less. And arguably it's because they have, you know, they're placing their focus on things that have nothing to do with money, right? Things like, I thought I was gonna sneeze. It's still there. Yeah, but I mean, I think everyone gets where I'm going with this, right? And so it's like that's what you get when you follow Jesus, right? You get that kind of peace and fulfillment. And I honestly believe if the Black community as a whole, like if you could wave a magic wand and everyone had that, we wouldn't even be having this conversation about, racism and things like that, because, wouldn't really be worried about it, wouldn't be stressed about it.
I think Jesus came to preach grace. The new covenant was a grace, is faith which will influence good works. And I think just going to non-Christian people and telling them to follow Jesus, they're going to take the works and it's going to become another religiosity impact. And I feel like the failure of the church has been allowing the world to influence them, or they are unintelligently following the faith, right? They're being bad faith actors in a lot of circumstances, where they're getting all the emotion and all the impact, but they're not really living by truly being a grace-led Christian, or being a true new covenant Christian, right? Which is beyond a religiosity. I think Jesus came back to fight the religiosity, right? I feel that politics is, I said this on Prime's panels. I think the politics can be a form of religiosity, where you there's a form of idolatry where you're in dealing with the system, and your ideologies have become your idolatry. So, but I think that's going to be inevitable, because even when God first came to deal with the Jews, they rejected him, right? And they sent Moses to be the person to be the liaison, and to be the speaker for all of them. And they still fell in the same tropes at the very first instance, right? Of freeing the slaves, right? Freeing them from Egypt. So I agree with you. Everyone should have more faith in Jesus, right? But there are ways for us to be, because this is how I think of, there's people who follow Jesus and the people who don't, right? And we're all roommates until Jesus come back. And there's ways for us Christians to speak to people who are non-Christians and say, and deal with it, like Andrew Warnock, right? There are ways for him to speak to people beyond just a Christian frame. He's going to be heavily influenced by his Christianity, but there's way to speak beyond the religiosity, right? And that's where I think, and so that's what I say to Dawn. And Straighter Aid, I disagree with you. Like you said, we disagree on
lots of things.
Yeah, and I think that we're gonna keep running into this. It's gonna be a stalemate continuously, because no one's willing to show each other grace.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I appreciate that you're able to like have the conversation with me without it devolving into like a screaming match like it usually does with Anna. Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, she always like that?
Yeah, she's special.
Yeah, but I think we can deal with her in a pleasant manner, despite her devolving into nonsense. Said this on Chud's. I said this to Chud. The viewers don't need to yell at Redacted. We don't need to get in the mud with the pigs, right? When Annalicia right, Michelle Obama said they go
it's a
low,
great phrase, man.
If they go low, I'll go lower. That's usually how it works.
See that? But then, hey, then I can't wait till Jesus comes back. That's why I say
no. To me, it's like the onus is like never on people like Anna or whatever to not bring up stuff like that.
It's never going to be on them, because they're always, and even to redacted people that we just had to kick out. It's never going to be on them, because there's a level of unaccountability, or they're just being themselves. That's just them, right? Anna said, yeah, I'm not like this in my real life, but when I'm with y'all, I'm gonna be a certain way because I don't know you. So
yeah,
she's never gonna
turn the other cheek.
She's never gonna be she's not gonna be like us. So, and this is This is like the you know what this is like? This is like diversity and inclusion, right? We want them here, right? But they gotta be like us, right? We're only inclusive when they're like us. Like what? No. And the same thing goes for black people in corporate America, and any other racial group, right? White people are willing to allow us to be in their spaces, but we gotta act like them in order for them to truly accept us. Otherwise,
I'm fine with Anna being in the conversation, but she tries to tell other people who can and cannot be in the conversation. That's why I have a problem with Anna participating.
Yeah, to be fair, we're not combative.
We ignore her antics, like we ignore yours, or we ignore Don's, or we ignore Steven's, or we ignore. I know, Don. I'm not saying you got antics, bro. Yeah, but like we ignore each other's antics in order to have the conversation. That's why you see Destiny being as charitable as possible to all these crazy people that he wants to continually have conversations, and it shouldn't be like the community and the orbiters colliding with these people. You know,
all I see is Destiny playing Factorio. All I ever see is him playing Factorio.
Good. That's all you deserve to see.
But when we attack Destiny in his space, yeah, he gonna fight back.
Yo, shut the fuck up.
And
shut the fuck up. Cherry, who are you talking to?
Ozzy.
What's going on? And Cherry, I'm gonna be mad at you because you called me a troll streamer when I came in and asked a simple question in your stream. Ooh. Let's get into drama if you don't come in here to start drama. Ooh. We can do that. You want to come in here and start drama, or you trying to ask me a question?
When was this?
This is a long time ago. I'm petty.
Yeah, so who the fuck cares? What are you talking about?
I'm just.
This had to be like a year ago.
You're here, so I'm talking to you.
Are you holding on to some year-old shit? Go ahead, bring it up.
I'm just saying, you're gonna bring up drama. We can bring up drama, but
okay, then bring it up.
Because
what happened a year ago?
This is my gripe with you now. When Annalicia came in, you got in the mud with her as soon as you came into space.
Yeah, because she was fucking obnoxious.
So what?
I'm gonna be obnoxious back. What's your problem?
Okay, there you go. And now you look just like her. Silly. Goofy.
What's wrong with that? To do is like people escaping consequences like that.
No, you tell me. What's wrong with me being really assertive, me being a little bit of a fucking bully, if I'm sticking up for someone not being dismissed on the base of their skin color? What the fuck is wrong with that?
You look goofy.
I look goofy?
Yes.
So that's it.
Yes, I'm asking you.
Doesn't matter if I'm doing the right thing. It doesn't matter if I'm doing the right thing and I appropriately and positively shut her down. It's just it comes off goofy to you, so I just shouldn't.
If you thought that was positive, I've seen you.
You think it didn't come off really fucking clear what she did?
I've seen good Cherry. That wasn't good Cherry. I've seen it. We've seen it. You've been around in this space long enough. Like when we call people to be better, like we were lecturing. I'm gonna just say her name. Freak redacted. When we're telling Lab to be better, in all those instances, you're a smart individual. Just be more confident in your positions. We're telling her to stop saying stupid stuff, right, and stop engaging in conversations. Yet we're doing the same thing we're doing. Now it's just becoming a roundabout. Yeah, it's good content. But at the same day, like everybody's like we're living less now. We stress ourselves out and we're living like a lesser life because of it. I'm not gonna take years off my life rolling around with Lav every time she wants to engage in stuff that.
No, like, obviously they bring us down a notch.
Now that we've had the time to analyze her patterns and her history, she told us who she was multiple times, and yet we kept attacking her on it. So that's like telling a drug addict. You know, we're trying to attack the alcoholic. Stop being an alcoholic. Stop being an alcoholic. But we know she's an alcoholic. So let
how
that person
become a non-alcoholic. Their behavior on like alcoholism? That doesn't make any sense.
That makes complete sense. I'm saying
their behavior in comparison to an addiction.
Yeah, it's the way she herself said, "I come here to be disrespected, and it's addicting to me." She said that.
Thing Ozzy is that like. I feel like I could make the same case on you, is that how come instead of you taking a bunch of time to defend Anna for basically race checking me, I don't understand why you can't just say like, yeah, she shouldn't be doing that and like we move on.
No, it's because
she's fully able to defend herself. I can do that. I can say she's not racist. She sounds racist because we've heard racist people say the same thing she said, so it sounds similar. So she seems kind of, it's kind of nasty when we hear her talk. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say she's racist because of all the other things I haven't seen in her life. She hasn't done anything to, besides her words. Her life hasn't been something that attacks black people, right?
Besides
she
her words, isn't
black.
That how most black people are attacked?
Oh my goodness.
What? No. Jerry, Jerry, you get what I'm saying, or am I talking?
You're saying that you don't think she's racist besides the words that she says.
Yeah, she says a bunch of dangerous things like Kanye and Dave and.
So do you think that Kanye is not racist?
Oh God.
Oh boy.
No, I don't think he's racist. I think he's just reckless and he says a lot of dangerous stuff to get people's attention, and he's just being unapologetically himself to the detriment of everybody else. You heard Fenty.
But isn't it fair?
Wait,
isn't it fair to ask people to be a little bit better than for themselves?
Honestly, I feel like you just don't like Anna. I think you don't like Anna. I think that you think that I'm someone who's more aligned with you, so you're holding me to like a fucking higher standard for no other reason than that.
Yes, that's the only reason I can have.
And Jerry, you don't think that
you want to be a pig, Jerry? You want to roll around the mud with the pigs? That's what you're saying to me. She's being condescending, so I can be condescending back. That's what you're saying to me. And that's what a lot of the gripes I have with a lot of the... If Destiny wants his community to be non-misogynistic, we can't play around with misogyny. Unless it's like everybody's going to do it. You can't have it both ways.
No, misogyny is assuming that every woman behaves in a certain fucking way. Whether you like it or not, there are women like me who just pop off sometimes. I'm a little temperamental. I'm a little fucking angry. If you want to be less misogynistic, make fucking room for me to exist in this fucking way. I'm not saying what you're saying is
misogynistic. I'm just saying it was an example of we're calling...
No, you're saying my behavior is misogynistic, that I'm emboldening it, right?
No, I'm not. I didn't say that at all.
You having higher standards of me, and just me in this situation, I think is you being fucked up.
I don't think you're a good listener, but that's based upon now. I'm saying I made an example of comparing how your conduct of telling Anna to be better, but you're dealing in the same conduct. It's the same.
Who told Anna to be better besides not be fucking racist?
Telling somebody not to be racist is telling them to be better, I think.
Okay, did I behave racist? Like, where am I a hypocrite here?
I think we all make edgy jokes every once in a while. I don't know your history, but have you ever made an edgy racist joke?
Probably. I don't think what she did was making a joke.
I don't think you have the ground. Take the plank out of your eye before you start telling other people.
No, get your fucking Bible shit off me.
Listen, you dealing with a real deal right now. You dealing with a real deal. I've been raised in the listen, I listen to all of them.
You understand the difference between me making an edgy fucking joke and between Anna dismissing Erin on like the color of her skin. You're giving me unreasonable expectations. That's what you're doing.
Calling straight away white is edgy.
No, wait. Hold on. This is a little silly, right?
Yeah,
so, well, no, hold on. I'm saying you're being a little silly. Anna's not being edgy. Anna's being like either borderline or just flat out racist, right?
Okay, borderline is edgy to me. She's on the edge of so there you go with your word.
So when Anna says that like she's okay with people,
humor, sure, but she's being just as edgy as us.
So is it humorous? Yeah. So is it humorous when she's saying things like maybe black women should consider aborting all male black babies?
He only said that as in response to.
Wait, what?
She said that in response. We heard her explanation before.
I know I've heard it, but like, could I like if I want to reduce the crime rates of like 10 major metropolitan areas in the United States, and I say maybe we should just ship all those black people to Mexico, am I like just giving a solution, or would you say, oh, it's a little sus?
You sound like Abraham Lincoln, and you sound a little sus.
So then why doesn't she sound a little sus?
We're not gonna say you're racist. We're gonna say you're on the edge. You need to pull back. That's what I forgot. Oh my god, why can't I remember his name? Josh. Who was the black activist who told Abraham Lincoln, don't send all the black people to
Liberia or something, or
not Marcus Garvey.
Not Marcus Garvey. It was oh my god, why can't
I'm drawing a blank too, bro.
Dang, oh my god, see that? This is what I feel bad right now. I'm the black guy, and I can't remember I hear his name all the time. Shame on me, bro. Shame on me. But there is a guy calling Abraham Lincoln to be better. He wasn't calling him racist.
Someone in chat says Frederick Douglass.
What was it?
Someone in chat, 2 people in chat said, one guy says Preston Garvey, one guy says Frederick Douglass. I don't know.
Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass.
There you go.
Someone who said Preston Garvey is stupid.
Okay, he's stupid. There you go. Hey, M, you just got called stupid. So there you go. I'm gonna be honest. When you call that guy stupid in my chat, also you're looking a little goofy. But just saying.
I'm a little stupid too, cause but I didn't remember his name. But yeah, he was telling Abraham Lincoln to be better. He didn't call him racist and just start shouting at him.
Okay, I think you're giving Anna a level of charitability that borders on dishonesty.
No,
yeah,
and you're being uncharitable to me. You're giving no standards for her, and you're putting every fucking standard on me.
Standard. I came to Destiny and said we're giving her fire, and I say she's kind of grifting in a way, and she shouldn't do that if she wants to be taken seriously. She came to Destiny and said, "How can I make my presence better? Should I just be red pill?" I'm like, what are you doing? You shooting yourself in the foot. Of course, I didn't say that to her. I said that to Destiny.
Wait, why do you worry about her shooting herself in the foot? Are you like...
Because if she wants to be a good spokesperson and
you're just rooting for her, regardless of what her beliefs are, right? She could say probably 10 bad things in a row and you'll try to find a way to be charitable to her. But you've already written me off, right? Whatever the fuck happened a year ago, you're hanging on to that?
No, I'm not. That was me being petty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your fucking criticisms of me here are absolutely petty.
No, my criticisms in the moment of what happened today, I'm not gonna hold it against you. Of what
you just
happened
did.
Between us. That was me being petty, and I'm sorry if that colors.
But you just did. You told everyone in this call that we have to behave better than Anna.
Yeah,
and what we did was wrong.
I'm not saying it's
instead of addressing what the fuck Anna did.
Good faith. I think Straighter A and Josh, but I think how you came in was the same way. It was wrong in my eyes. I don't think you should have done that, right?
Why
not?
Do
you think you should have done that in order to be
Why not?
Her, if you really wanted her to change, do you think your approach was effective?
Do you think that maybe I saw over the span of several conversations that this woman doesn't respect other people? She walks all over them, talks all over them, and places an authority in herself over them. Why would I engage with that person in a respectful manner? I've seen enough to know enough.
My other prescription was, if you're not going to be as charitable as Steven, then don't engage with her, ignore her.
I do engage with her. I check her fucking black card, and I fucking shut it down.
Here's the spiritual decay that I'm talking about, Don. Like, you're trying to give them the good prescriptions, and they don't want to do it because they just want to do what they want to do. Now you got to be able to talk to them, And so, Cherry, this is what I'm saying to you. You are perpetuating the loop that we're trying to be better, that we're trying to bring ourselves out.
You are perpetuating, like just a different standard for different people. We are both black women, and you're holding that standard for me and not for her.
No.
Absolutely. That's exactly what the fuck you're doing.
No. Because number one, I haven't even talking to Anna yet, and I have a lot to say to Anna. I have a lot of prescriptions for Anna, and I don't think she should be in this space. She's not willing to do it. But it's Destiny's choice to keep letting her on. And I've seen Anna at her best, right? We've seen her at her best. So
what
I don't
is her
like
best?
And so this is my same standard I have.
Wait, what's her best?
I've seen you at your best. I don't think you need to demoralize yourself and get in the mud with everybody when Anna demoralizes herself and gets in the mud. I don't think you need to. I think I'm using the wrong word. I might be butchering a word. I don't think you need to lower yourself. Better word. I don't think you need to. You both don't need to lower yourselves. Excuse me. You both just need to stick to the good standards that you've already set. You set bars for yourself already.
Listen, I know. I've had conversations about black issues with other people, very respectfully, very thought out, and all of that. I've done that. This isn't a situation for that. She is not a good faith actor. She is not a good conversationalist.
She's been good faith in
I have watched enough of her fucking content.
I've seen the same amount of content as you, and I've come to a different prescription.
If you've
come
to the idea that she is good faith, then you are just blind.
No, I'm saying when she lowers herself to become a bad faith actor, like we all do sometimes.
So then you acknowledge that she was bad
lost the
faith.
Conversation, and we have the capacity to be good faith actors.
Why would you challenge me on her being good faith and then acknowledge that?
Jerry, do you hear what I'm saying? Are you gonna loop?
I don't think I'm the one looping.
Are you gonna deal with what I'm saying?
Once what you're saying is honest, yeah.
So then this is a pure bad faith action. You shouldn't even be talking to me right now. If you truly believe me to be a bad faith actor in this conversation, you shouldn't even be talking to me, which is one of my prescriptions.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Wait. I don't go by your rules.
Pausing real quick. Do we know what each other's issues are with each other? Like, Azzy, do you know why she's upset?
Yeah, because Anna is being immature and racist in a lot of circumstances. She says a lot of crazy stuff, reckless stuff, and then we're supposed to just put up with it. And I'm asking Cherry to be better, and I haven't said this to Anna, so she thinks I'm being unfair.
Yeah, kind of. I think
she wants to.
Wait, hold on. What Cherry just wants like a space to just be upset at somebody, is I think what she's
saying.
But
do that on your own time. So let me be an anecdote, Andy. This is me. I went into, while I was in college, right? I had and it deals with sexual abuse, right? So let me know if this is okay or not.
You can talk about whatever you want.
All right, good. So I came into a room, right, and I'm having a conversation with my boys, and we're talking about men-women dynamics, and then another person in the club room thought she had the wherewithal and the autonomy to start shouting at me and my friends because she's gone through a traumatic experience with her last partner. She said all men are trash. You need to be more mature, and she started giving all her prescriptions on what I should do. Meanwhile, lowering herself and not even doing. And she thought she had the right to do that, right? Meanwhile, we're all grown adults, and we have the capacity to be as good faith as possible and be in our own good and be on our best behavior, right? Just to make sure we have peace, right? So this is akin to a situation right now. We have one person who's being, kind of, we don't like the way she's acting, right? So we feel like we have the right to start yelling at her because we have the right to be upset.
No, I feel like I have the right to match energy. That's what the fuck I feel like.
Oh yeah, you do. You have the full right, free will. Yes, you do. But you get to reward heaven for all the free will you got.
You feel like I look goofy for it, and you think I care.
I do. As even smaller than you, I could probably be real huge if I was consistent. Okay. But I'm not as consistent as you and Don, but as a small content creator.
Wait, I was in this.
You
were talking about, the call for Christians to move with grace, mercy, kindness. Isn't this a situation where you should maybe consider extending some grace to Cherry? Realize
so this is me, but they're not Christians. So I do this with
he got
Christians.
a grudge over me, so you don't gotta be graceful.
Right. But hold on, wait. We are not so. That is the doctrine of other religions. In Christianity, we're called to treat all of our brothers and sisters.
Pretty sure the golden rule is not even golden rule.
No, I'm saying yes. So I'm saying.
No, I swear to God, I trigger some of you fucks off so bad that you're willing to drop your fucking religion just so you can be spiteful.
What are you talking about? You haven't triggered me that much.
All right, so here's what I'm saying, right? Here's an opportunity.
I love you, bro, but you kind of act crazy sometimes.
Extend some mercy to someone who may not see the world through the same moral lens that you see it through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. But if we're gonna live by, do we all believe in the golden rule?
I mean, don't worry about what she believes. You feel me?
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm asking if in order to have this conversation, she already thinks I'm a bad faith liar. She already thinks that.
All right.
So I gotta be. If in order for this conversation to continue, we gotta lay some ground rules, right?
I'm just saying, you can't control what someone else thinks of you.
Yeah, of course, I know. I can't. I'm not gonna be like TJ at recess and try to force her to like me. I'm not gonna do that.
Sure. Right. And so
I'm not gonna do that. She could dislike me. I don't know how she feels about me. So I know in this conversation now, she thinks I'm lying and I'm being nice to Anna. I'm being mean to her. But I'm saying, we're all in this space. I don't know about Josh. I don't know about Straighter 8. We're all in this space as content creators, right? or to an extent, right? I stream my occasional game every once in a while. You are here daily. I don't know about, I haven't been watching Cherry as much, but we're all here as content creators, right? So we should be able to hold each other accountable to certain standards, right?
I mean, including Anna.
Yeah, including her, right? She's not here right now, and I hold her to the same standard. I told Cherry, I hold her to the same standard. I'm telling Cherry, I would tell her.
But I don't think you do, because you're saying, like, you should try to be kind, you should try to, like, not engage with that. But if she's trying to dismiss my voice from the conversation on the basis of my skin color, then, like, it doesn't matter how nice I am. At some point, she's going to bring that up, and she's going to try to exclude me,
no? We're having this conversation, so we have the capacity to still have this conversation.
Oh, wait, can I, since I'm clearly missing a lot of context here. All right, so Cherry, what was your position that you had that, this Anna person seemed to have such a problem with?
They were talking about black issues in America, and Straight Raid was giving her input. Anna didn't want to hear it. She said Straight Raid was white, so I hopped in, told her to shut the fuck up, basically.
Okay, and that's what all of this is coming from, because you told someone to SDFU?
I mean, I didn't really cut in to say shut the fuck up, but that's like the energy that I had. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm critiquing that energy right now.
Okay. So I'm saying, I think, brother, this is something we can let go sometimes. We can just allow, like, one. I mean, I know misogyny is not allowed here, but I just think sometimes we should just let girls be girls, bro. That's sometimes how girls move. And so,
Base.
Done.
Yeah, please. Just saying, like, sometimes.
Are you saying I'm being misogynist?
I don't even know if that's misogyny. Right, you guys have like fucking dick measuring contests all the time.
This is like you know what DDP is? Love women, man. Love women. Yeah. Like, if I'm being misogynic, right? If I'm being a misogynist right now, then she's being a misandrist.
No, I'm not saying you're being misogynist. I don't speak in
I don't even have to say that. That's a waste of words, but like,
I don't use words like that. But
let girls be girls.
Yeah, like girls. A girl came in.
There's guys here too, so they're in a shared space. So.
Yeah, and all right.
If you want to be the girls, go get the go have a girls' night out and be girls with each other. But you're here on Steven's space, and every time.
Yeah, true, Azzy. I am here on his space. That's why I jumped in when I felt like it and yelled at her.
Destiny allowed the girls to be girls, and you know what? It got so bad he had to step in, bartend a little bit, and say chill.
Okay.
Anytime Destiny steps in, and you guys are messing up his Factorio game. Every time you gotta mess up his Factorio game, because you guys, don't know how to just be a little bit, just be nice to each other, just be nice.
Okay, how dare you blame us on him sucking at fucking Factorio? He has had like 500 years to finish this game. That's all on him.
What are you talking about? It's a long game. It probably goes into it probably is a perpetual game. It's like SimCity. I don't know if it ends.
It does.
Probably a long
Don't worry
game.
about that. We don't need to talk about
it. It was supposed to end like a month ago.
Why is it? How dare me for caring about his game? As a gamer, I care about his game. What are you talking about?
True.
How about don't?
Wow.
See that? This is what happens when you let girls be girls, Don.
Oh God.
I'm telling you. Heard Tree. You heard Tree. If you're gonna be with the men, you gotta put on your big boy pants. You gotta start acting like the boys.
Oh boy.
And the boys gotta be respectful.
Maybe you should start acting like a boy.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
I felt that coming.
You see that? But Cherry, like, my love for you I have to love you as just as much as I love Anna. But
okay, but can you explain to me what any of this has to do with gender? Because like you guys are like, let girls be girls, let boys be. What the fuck?
Love. It's unconditional love, Cherry. You don't need to do anything from my love.
What I mean by that, to clarify, let girls be girls, is in my experience, sometimes girls get catty, and as a man, you're not supposed to think too deeply into it.
Like,
but boys flame each other, bro. We flame each other into the ground. We will destroy each other for thousands of people.
Can you remind me?
The next day, but we will destroy each other.
Azzy, can you remind me what the fuck happened a year ago?
That's the black thing that Anna talked about.
We've got a year ago reference. We got a call out. Yeah. What happened a year ago?
No, Azzy. The thing from a year ago, was that from the someone saying something about white people were inferior to black people? Was that panel that we had to follow?
Engaged with you, I think it was from like no. It's because I met you. I found your panel. I found your stream because you did some art for Heme. I came in, you were going over Anna and Destiny content. I asked you a question, And because the way I acted on Prime's panel, I have a little bit of regrets. Yeah, I used to like joke around a lot. I think I joked around with you a little bit. You called me a troll streamer, and in front of everybody, you kind of mocked me in front of your stream, and it hurt me a little bit, right? And I couldn't, you know.
Why did I think you were a troll?
You made me seem like less of a. You kind of attacked my masculinity there. Like you said, I was less of a person in front of everybody.
What does that have to do with their masculinity? What made me think that you were a troll, Azzy?
Because I was trolling, like everybody else.
Oh, so you were trolling, and then I thought you were a troll.
You painted me with a broad brush.
This sounds horrible of me. How awful of me.
You have no idea what happened. I have no idea what happened. Maybe if you were nicer to me, maybe I'd be just as big as you.
Why do I have to? Are you saying that your streaming career was harmed because of me?
Yeah, you have no. Matter of fact, I say this to Prime too. When you guys treat me a certain way, when y'all treat me a certain way, yeah, but this is content creation. When you treat a content creator a certain way on a public platform, it paints a broader notion of who they are as a content creator, and that will affect their content. So this is why you got to be just as nice and terrible until you don't have to, or you ignore them entirely. This is why you see like there's like chasms of content creation where people go to their own orbit and go to their own universe. I'm hanging out here with y'all, right? And I'm probably lower on the totem pole because I'm a God-fearing man, you know, black, you know,
No.
and, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be as good as possible, and then you call me a troll streamer, Cherry, and that hurt me.
Wow.
I feel like you're saying people have to play defense for other streamers' shitty behavior, no matter how badly they behave and act, just because they're streamers or whatever. Like, yeah, I can't get behind that one.
There's ways of where we can hold each other accountable without getting in the mud with each other. Do you agree with that?
I agree. And one of those things starts with like not dismissing me because they think I'm white.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But just like we saw, I just want to add an example. Just like we saw how they tried to change Destiny real quick over the past few days. They're trying to, like, you know, Destiny, you can be better. Destiny, I'm sure you're not seeing all the color. I hope I'm not mocking Kyla, excuse me. Destiny, I feel like there's certain colors you're not seeing, Destiny, right? That was, and in the way she was articulating, right? I would totally agree with the way she was articulating, right? She's not getting in the mud in the way she perceives Destiny to be doing, or Steven, excuse me. She's not calling Steven out in a way that's gonna like make him explode and have an episode. But she's saying, yeah, there's certain things you could do better. That's just, you know, that's what peers and friends do, especially if we have to share a space.
I don't know. I feel like she was reaching out of concern, not necessarily like accountability, if that makes sense. Usually,
I'm concerned for Anna if she wants to grow, and I'm concerned for Cherry if she wants to grow, because I want to see people grow. I think that is as a Christian man, everybody should be growing. Everyone should be growing until you are as close as you can be to the image of God, the Imago.
This is where I was talking about. This is why people have, you know, and you know, let me, because I want to come off as loving as possible, right? This is where I think the problem arises, where we have like the young lady right here. My computer's acting up. Oh, Straighter Aid, right? Her perception of Christianity and why she's like, oh yeah, this wouldn't work, right? Because you're behaving in the way you're behaving, and then like putting on top of that, oh, Christian man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're blaming the doctrines of Christianity for the problems that happen, and that, or they're ineffective.
No,
because look at all the problems. Not you, Don. Straighter Aid.
Yeah. No, well, I'm just saying like the way you're behaving right now, I think you could better model a Christian man. You feel me? Yeah.
No, man. Like, this is me. Jesus was kicking people. He was in the church getting mad.
Okay, wait, hold on, wait, because that was the example that. Wait, that was the. I'm not saying I'm Jesus. Well, that was the example.
In our human state, we have a range of emotions, right? I'm not like out here. I'm not cussing. I'm not calling you. I'm not attacking the character. I'm not saying you did anything evil and wrong. You shouldn't be here. Am I doing any of those things? Let me know.
Well, do you think it's ever like, would we consider Jesus in the temple? Was that a sin, or is there ever like a form of?
No, it wasn't a sin. Anger is true. Even God gets angry.
Yeah, so was it okay for Cherry to get angry at somebody that was being...
the way she dealt with her anger and the way she the feeling is not the problem. The feeling isn't a problem. It's the reaction to the feeling that's the problem.
I agree that you're being like civil and you're being like polite and respectful, but like it's not really about that. I'm talking about like the character and the person that you were defending and like what you were defending and like tone policing Cherry and to a certain extent myself over is like
Jesus defended the hose. He defended the tax.
So is it true? Is what she's saying true about you treating them differently? Like you're giving.
I think it's perceived. I think. Let me ask you this: is it perceived differently? Is a perception the way I'm treating Anna differently than the way I'm treating Cherry?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Asking everybody
to tell me that, but yeah,
I'll ask the man himself. Steven, do you think I was treating Cherry different than I'm treating Anna?
Probably not, but that's not relevant. Her issue is that she doesn't believe they deserve equal treatment. She thinks that Anna should be treated worse because Anna was the one that was being racist. That's what her response would be, right?
All right, yeah. So like, I'm a classroom teacher, and I can't. Yeah, there's certain disciplines you have to do to discipline certain students, but that doesn't mean you start treating them differently, because then those students will perceive it's different treatment over time, and they'll act a certain way. They'll start acting out.
Do you believe
Anna's exhibiting bad behavior. Lav was exhibiting bad behavior.
Okay.
Max was always bad. Yeah. I'm sorry. Destiny, you shouldn't have never let Max in here, bro. I know it's fun, but that man, no, because no. That's why we have different classrooms for different people, man. I think he should have been in, he has special abilities. He should have been with the special abilities class, man. I think this is Anna and Lav, like when they have bad behavior, that doesn't mean we gotta start treating them like they're the bad kids and start, you don't gotta treat bad kids like bad kids in order to correct the behavior.
Gotcha.
And I what were you gonna say?
Well, I was asking if you think somebody always should be nice when they're holding someone accountable, and I think that kind of just answered the question.
You don't, but you don't gotta be. Do you have some? Was that the question, or you had something else to add?
Well, yeah, no, that was the main question. If you always have to be nice to hold someone accountable, and I feel like your answer was yes, basically, but now you're saying no. So
no, I'm not saying you gotta be nice. See, so there's, I think, okay, and I apologize now, and I apologize ahead of time because I'm very passionate and I'll interrupt you. So you gotta, let me know. All right, and I'm working on that. That's one of my flaws. I interrupt a lot, so but I don't think you have to be nice, but you don't gotta be mean. There's an in between. There's like, you can be strict. Be strict. You don't gotta be destitute. Like, you don't gotta be like.
What is the problem?
What do you mean?
This is why. What is the problem? I don't get what the problem is. Like, why? What are we fighting about? What are we arguing about? Like, are we chastising a grown woman for like her tone of voice? What is it that we're doing? I'm just like, because this is.
I think sometimes we can be
more than racism, and I feel like racism is probably a bigger problem here, right? So it's like
we're treating Anna. We're treating Anna a certain way because we think she's racist.
Is Anna?
I don't think she's racist. Yeah, they thought people have said, I think you're racist. I don't think she's racist.
Anna isn't here though, right?
Anna's not even here. Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, right.
I can't really talk about Anna, but we're talking about Anna, so I'm just talking about Anna. Yeah, but I would treat if Anna was here now, I'd probably treat her the same way I'm treating Cherry. Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all look goofy.
All right, so okay, but I would love to shift the conversation if I would love to shift the conversation now, So okay, all right. Yeah, someone came on talking about gender. You guys want to talk about gender? You want to talk about hell? I like talking about hell. Do you guys believe in hell?
They don't believe in hell.
No.
Let them talk. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Not really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like not believe in hell? Like 10 being like you are 100% sure without a shadow of a doubt that hell is not real. And
after this conversation, I'm gonna start to think that there's a hell. I might actually be in it.
You might. Oh well, I don't blame you.
You got two brothers. You got two brothers in Christ. Don't go to hell, bro. So this ain't hell. We not hell yet.
I mean, okay. So all right, yeah. So it's just 0 to 10, how you feel? Like for real, like you know what I'm saying?
5 and 5, man. I mean, I don't have any, I don't have any evidence for it. You know, I believe in God, but it's just like, I'm not I don't know where people go where they die. Maybe there's not a hell. Maybe people have to come back in shittier conditions. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. What about the other ladies in the chat? 0 to 10.
See, what are your thoughts on hell? Go for it.
Hell's not even talked much in the Bible, no?
Okay. No, yeah, hell's in the Bible.
Well, I mean, like barely though, right? Like I don't know if Jesus ever meant. I don't think Jesus mentions hell ever. Does it?
Well, actually, Jesus is the most.
I don't understand why we're talking about hell.
Hell in the Bible more than Jesus actually.
Wait, what are like a couple examples of Jesus talking about hell?
Yeah, he talks about the Jewish hell, like Gehenna, which is like different from the fire and brimstone hell. It's like a hot waiting room for the undead, kind of.
No, that is not
a waiting room.
As a Christian, I don't think we should be talking about hell. I think there's better things. I don't think we should be talking about hell.
The problem with modern churches, they don't want to tell why.
No, that's not the problem. I think the problem. Go ahead.
Wait. The idea that we should not be talking about hell is absolutely ridiculous and the opposite of what the gospel says. Who cares about Jesus and the fact that he died for you if they don't know why he died for you?
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Wait, why do you think Jesus died for us?
Jesus died for us to save us from hell.
No, Jesus died for us so that we could join our Father in heaven, right?
Yes.
No. Why do they call it salvation, Stephen? What are you being saved from?
From purgatory, from not being reunited with God, the Father.
All right.
Catholics.
From hell.
What?
From hell.
No, hold on. Wait. Stop. Random.
Hell,
hold on.
but hell
Young
is
John.
the focal point of the conversation.
Yeah. Wait. No. Hold on. Before.
Let's Stephen talk.
When Jesus rose from the grave, who did he bring with him up to the Father? Do you remember? There were a couple people I believe that he brought. When he brought those people back up,
he brought one person.
Was it Lazarus? I don't remember who.
No. Two thieves were being crucified on the cross along with him, right? So there were 3 crosses.
Yeah. Sure.
One of them. Yeah.
I'm just saying when he went to heaven, right? Jesus took with him a few people, I think, from purgatory. But nobody was in hell. I don't even think the concept of hell existed.
Okay.
Right?
No. All right. So you're speaking about Hades, right? You're speaking about Hades.
No, I'm not speaking about Hades at all. I'm saying that there is this nebulous concept known as purgatory that essentially once you died, your spirit couldn't rejoin God in the afterlife, right? Unless there was only one way to do it, and I believe that was referred to as an ascension, or there might have been another word for it. But some people, or an assumption, I'm sorry, when you were directly assumed to heaven, right? But that's pretty rare. I think there were only a couple people in biblical history where that happened to. But it's not like everybody just existed in hell before that, right? When you talk about like eternal damnation or whatever, I don't think they're talking about hell. They're talking about being separated from God the Father, right?
So all right, let's just establish this. For one, Jesus describes what hell is. He speaks about hell very clearly. In the Gospel of Matthew, right? Chapter 10, verse 28, Jesus says, "And do not fear those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both the soul and body in hell."
What is the context of what is he talking about in Matthew 11? Was this chapter 11 you said? Chapter 10.
This is Matthew chapter 10 verse 28.
Go ahead. I'm reading for a second.
I don't think the focal point was hell, bro.
No, it most certainly was, right? I mean,
no, because I think we all have a conception.
Let me finish, because you're doing, in my opinion, you are doing people a disservice by trying to water down.
That's an opinion. We all
finish. They're trying. You're doing people a great disservice by not telling them about hell. You see, that is what is at stake, right? People believe all kinds of things about what happens after death, right? But what the Bible says is that after death is, your soul is eternal. You cannot die, right? Death in the physical sense that we're familiar with is when your flesh, your earthly body dies. However, your soul, what you perceive as your consciousness, that is eternal. And after which you will be brought before the Father, and he has to determine whether or not he is going to allow you to live with him in heaven, or if he will send you to hell as a result of you living your life in rebellion to him, committing crimes against him, and you did not accept the salvation which he offered you. And so,
why should I believe in the Bible? I'm curious.
I mean, you can go down a long rabbit hole of that, but in a nutshell, because it is a trustworthy, accurate account of the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm not sure how to respond to that. You're gonna have to give me a second because there's a lot to go down there.
Okay, hold on, real quick. So, just in terms of reading, so Matthew chapter 10. Okay, so this chapter deals primarily with sending his disciples out amongst the world to preach the message of God. Yeah. He calls the 12 apostles and he said, I want all of you to go among the lost sheep of Israel, and I want you to proclaim the message that the kingdom of heaven has come near. Heal the sick, raise the dead, etc., etc. In this chapter, he also talks about how sometimes brother might betray brother, father might betray son. You might be brought before your local councils to speak of, to worship, and when it happens, God will tell you what to say, etc., etc. There's one reference in this entire chapter to do not be afraid of those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Rather, be afraid of the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. This isn't like a reference saying that you'll go to hell or whatever. What Jesus is saying here is don't be afraid that you might be condemned to death or something if you're caught like trying to convert people or preach, but rather be afraid of people that try to turn you away from God. I don't think this is a big description of hell. I don't think this is a big be afraid of hell. This is just telling you that when the time comes, you would rather be judged by God than judged by man.
Why would Jesus bring it up? If it's not a factor, why would Jesus bring it up? And then I'll challenge you again with Matthew 25:46, right? And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous will enter into eternal life. So even though he doesn't use the word hell, we understand that when he talks about eternal punishment, he's speaking of hell.
Yeah, but we don't know that. Eternal punishment could just be like purgatory is eternal punishment, right? Not being able to return to God at death is a form of punishment. Right? The reality is that you might be able to give me a couple verses, but if I were to ask you for this, I bet I could find 50 to 100 times more that Jesus mentions heaven or salvation than he ever does hell. Like hell is very, very, very rarely ever mentioned by Jesus. And when it is mentioned, it's done very vaguely, and it's not even the purpose of what's being mentioned, right? I'm pretty sure that the ultimate suffering for humans, I don't have a Bible verse for this, I have to go dig through it, but I'm pretty sure the ultimate suffering of humans is considered being separated from God, right? So I think when Jesus talks about a form of eternal punishment, it would be the idea of dying and having your soul not returning to heaven to rejoin the Father in heaven.
Again,
that's punishment.
Matthew 13, verse 50, and throw them into the fiery furnace. This is, of course, Jesus speaking. And throw them into the fiery furnace. In that place, there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Yeah, it's talking about the occurrences that's going to happen in
hell. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's concerned about.
Describing hell is to let people know what's going to happen once you are truly separated after death. Once you're truly separate from God, that's going to happen in hell. This is what's going to happen in hell.
Jesus is vividly describing what hell is like, so that what exactly is happening right now wouldn't happen. People will try to pontificate and say, well, hell isn't really actually like a bad place. It's you're just separated from God eternally.
That's not what we're doing.
I mean, well, and also, hold on. I think that if you're preaching from a Christian background, right?
Yeah.
That should be horrible, right? You shouldn't need the fires of hell to talk about the horribleness of being separated by God. Like having your connection with God severed should in and of itself be eternal damnation, right? Because all the joy, all the pleasure, everything that we come that's good in us are reflections of us being made in the image of God. Every good thing that a human does happens because there are pieces of God in every human, right? That's what a human is. It's man made in the image of God. So being cut off from the Creator is in and of itself like eternal damnation. And I feel like that should be the focus of a Christian preaching to people. Not that you're going to go to some spooky, fiery place, but that you're going to be cut off from the Father that literally made you in the image of himself and enables you and empowers you to do the good that you do throughout the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, but I disagree with that completely. I don't believe one, to quote the great Destiny, why can't you do both? You know what I'm saying? There's no reason why you can't talk about the benefits of obeying God in terms of having favor here on earth, right? Living for eternity in heaven. But also, how about we talk about the very real possibility of the fact that you will go to hell if you do not attain salvation, right? So I agree. Jesus was a hellfire preacher. He spoke about hell quite often, right? You say he doesn't speak about it a lot. I already quoted you 3 verses, and I can continue to quote more if you'd like. So there's that. Also, this is the thing. We're all going to die, right? We're all going to die. Every single one of us will die. What happens after that? It doesn't matter.
I believe in like death after life, not life after death, personally.
Okay,
as an atheist,
that's cool. But yeah, here's what the Bible says, right? What the Bible says about hell is that it's a very real place, and you only will go one of two places after you die, right? Sheol, as you were speaking about destiny, right? When Jesus didn't go to hell after he died, right? Unlike what the Catholics believe in the Apostles' Creed. Jesus went to Sheol, right, which is an intermediate place where it is described as a chasm. On one side, you have the souls which have already been prejudged, waiting to go to hell after the final judgment. And then, because if you read the Bible, you would know the devil, for instance, does not reside in hell. He's not currently banished to hell, but he will be banished to hell along with all of the people who followed him to hell. That is the people who did not put their faith in God. And so, yeah, so that is what is at stake, right? There's hell and there's heaven.
Young Don, are you you're not a Catholic by any chance, right? Are you an evangelical?
No, I'm not a Catholic. I don't really identify. I'm a Christian. I follow Jesus. I believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God, and I believe that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh, and I hang on every word that he's ever said.
Right. Well, there's like so many denominations of Christianity. That's why I was asking, because Destiny is clearly outlining like the Catholic doctrine and like understanding of like hell, which is just separation from God. It's like less of a focus on any sort of like physical location. Right. It has more to do with like if you don't take communion, if you're not with God, you're actively in hell. So I'm assuming you're like a Protestant or something like that, because you're focusing on like verses and stuff.
Yeah.
Or you could be a non-denominational Christian. There's that type.
Yeah, but, I suppose you would have to put me in the category of Protestant.
Yes, that makes sense where like the disconnect is, because yeah, there's less of an emphasis on like hell in the way that you're describing in like Catholic doctrine. That's why.
Yeah, and so what I believe is we should trust what Jesus says, right? And when he uses the term eternal punishment, he's speaking literally of an eternal punishment. The same way how when he says eternal salvation, he means eternal salvation. He doesn't mean that it's going to end at any point in time. And so, yeah. And also, Stephen, I don't know why would you believe that, let's say we were going to entertain this idea that it isn't, fire and gnashing of teeth, even though that's how it is described by Jesus in the Bible. But let's say it was just merely eternal separation from God. If we were going to stay consistent with how the Bible talks about being close to God and far from God, we see that the further away you draw from God, the more suffering one endures. The closer you draw to God, the more fulfillment one receives. And so if we are talking about eternal and complete utter separation from God, whether or not it's physically manifested in literal feeling like you're burning in fire, or if you are just literally suffering to the highest degree, I mean, it's still something you would want to avoid, no?
It is, but I like talking. Well, I don't give a fuck because I'm not Christian, so I think this is all voodoo stuff. But I was speaking from a Christian perspective. I like the idea of speaking in terms of separation from God, because you can make that relatable to a human being on earth. That as you move further and further from God into a life of sin, you can see that you can increase the material pleasures and the material wealth you can get. But like Jesus said, it's easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for him to get into heaven. Even if you acquire material possessions, you still might find yourself in a place of like spiritual destitution. Even though you're getting these things, as you find yourself further from God, you're not finding yourself happy either. And you can make that relatable to a person rather than saying like, when you die, you're going to be cast into hell forever. It's like, well, when you die, you're going to be in a place of like, where you can have all the material fulfillment you want, but it's going to be like spiritual desolation, which I think that experience is more relatable than scaring people with hell. If you were going to speak from
do you think
I disagree. I think everybody can relate to what it feels like to being burned by a flame.
I don't think, and nobody knows what it's like for your whole body to be burned by a flame.
No,
right?
For sure. But everyone knows that fire, hot, bad, hurt, right? And so it's like, I think that is an idea that people are able to grasp, more.
Everybody's not going to be in a lake of fire.
Yeah.
Everybody who's going to hell is not going to be in a lake of fire.
Okay, Revelation 21 verse 8. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable. As for murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Everybody will be cast into the lake of fire who is not saved by faith in Jesus Christ.
You're saying that all those things name denotes everyone?
Everybody, every single one, you and me. I'm no different. The way I've lived my life, I've sealed my fate that I was going to hell by the time.
And the Bible says you could be the best. You could be on your best behavior, even the person who has exhibited the best.
You didn't hear me. You didn't just hear me. I literally just said every single.
Everyone. Yeah, I know. I heard you.
One way express train to hell, and I probably sealed that fate before I hit 10 years old.
Wait. Do you believe there's no such thing as
for certain individuals?
There's no such thing as forgiveness or redemption in your view?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Well, when you say you sealed your fate for hell, I don't know what you mean when you say that.
In the sense of I committed a crime, right? So we know that God is omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, right? Omnipotent.
Yeah.
And what that means is he sees and knows everything,
sure.
Right? And you go to hell, right? Firstly, for crimes that you commit against a perfectly righteous God, right? He cannot let you into heaven because you have committed crimes against God. You are not righteous. You are not holy as God is holy. And so he cannot permit you into heaven. And so that's really the end of the story. In the same way as if you committed murder and you've been found guilty of the crime, it doesn't really matter if you say sorry or if you feel bad about it. The judge has to send you to prison. But unlike earthly judges and the earthly court of law, where you really have no way out of it, you are screwed if you're found guilty of committing murder. God has given every single person an opportunity to be saved from that fate.
Oh yeah, I guess when you talk about like you're being condemned to hell, I guess like for this is like getting into a weird theology area, but I'm like technically everybody goes to purgatory or hell, right? The only way we get into heaven is through the grace of God, right? Or you don't believe that?
I'm not going to say purgatory. I don't agree.
Or I don't want to say purgatory, but I'm saying that like before Jesus died, like the only way we have a path to heaven is through the death of Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah.
So by the grace of God, even if you hadn't committed a single crime, the only way you get to heaven is through the sacrifice of Jesus.
No. If it were possible for a man to live his life perfectly righteous, he would not need the death of Jesus. But as the Bible says, there isn't a single righteous man that walks the earth.
Okay, that's it must be a Catholic thing. I guess I have a way different interpretation of that. But
the Bible even speaks. It says all unrepentant sinners, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the only way through repentance required Jesus fulfilling the Old Testament and bringing the Old Covenant and bringing the New Covenant. So even if you were a repentant sinner, you weren't getting into heaven until Jesus came back and died for your sins.
No,
yes, because even the Bible,
that is not true.
No one went to heaven.
Are you saying that Abraham?
Nobody went to heaven until Jesus died.
Well, some people assumed directly to heaven, but it was very, very, very rare, right?
Okay.
No one went to heaven.
All right, yes, and that's the purpose of Sheol, right? That is the purpose of Sheol. So Sheol isn't hell or Hades, as some people.
So then that's not the lake of fire.
No, but they're destined for the lake of fire upon the final judgment. That is where you go. But even within Sheol, the section which the prejudged who are awaiting the lake of fire, they are currently living in eternal suffering. So even
I agree with you, Don. I'm getting semantic because
But I'm just saying, So I'm saying at the end of the day, you got two destinations you go, right? You're either going to heaven or you're going to hell after death. There's no in between, right? And so what I'm saying is just important for everybody to know how you avoid going to hell, because it doesn't require you being a perfect person. It doesn't require you waking up tomorrow morning and you no longer curse or listen to your favorite music or this and that. All it requires. Do you know what it means to repent? To repent means to change sides, right? Stop living your life for yourself. Stop living your life to please your flesh and start living your life to try and please God, right? Do your best to build a relationship with God and seek him. And he will take care of changing you from the inside out. He's the one that transforms you and will change those aspects about you, right?
Yeah,
he says he will forgive you of all your sins. But you
I'm not trying. You are right. You are right, brother. Amen.
Decision right? You just have to make the decision to put your faith in Jesus. Romans chapter 10 verse 9 says, if you shall profess with your mouth Jesus Christ is Lord, and believe with thine heart that he was raised from the dead, you shall be saved. It's very simple. That's
and I agree with you, brother. Amen. And I'm going to ask you, do you think more people are going to come to salvation because of the fear of hell, or for the love, or are they going to come to repentance and salvation because of the love of being with a father who intended to be with them?
Statistically, we have seen a dramatic rise in people who, quote unquote, fall away from the faith as we have gone away from preaching hellfire, right?
Statistic doesn't, and this is the whole, I want to interrupt you on this.
Then don't. You don't have to. If you don't want to, you don't need to. Okay? I'm just saying, yes, as we've gone away from warning people about the very real threat of hell, people don't, there's no more urgency. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. Everybody here, I can't speak for everybody, but most people want to hold down their means of making an income, right? There's Can I finish? I'm saying, I personally, my experience, there's more motivation to do what you need to do to make sure you can make ends eat and pay the bills than there is to work my butt off to try and become a multimillionaire, right? The fear of something bad happening is oftentimes more compelling than the thought of something good happening.
But Don, don't you think?
Okay, wait. I'm gonna let you guys go back and forth. I'll let you guys go back and forth this one more time, and then I don't want to do like a 12-hour religion debate on the stream.
Yeah,
so,
I don't want to loop on this, and I'm just gonna say Hebrews 8:17. How long are we like? Hebrews 8:17 talks about going away from the old covenant and starting to embrace the new covenant. What is the purpose of the new covenant? The purpose of the new covenant wasn't to dwell on hell. It was to start to get more into what it means to be in a relationship with God through grace and good works.
That's incorrect. So, I don't know if this is a space I have a debate about the covenant.
I'm just saying that
theology, but that is incorrect. There is nothing that is spoken of in that. I literally did Bible study for an hour with my Patreon today on the book of Hebrews, chapters 8 and
17. Don 8:17 says
that. Yeah, but he starts speaking about this concept of the new covenant all the way back in like chapter 5 or 6. And so the point is, there is nothing in the coming of the new covenant that takes away the very real threat of hell. All the different that happens in the old covenant is that you no longer earn your righteousness by displaying your faith by following the law. You earn your righteousness by putting your faith in belief in Jesus as God. That's
right. And how do you uphold the law? How do you uphold the law? Because I feel like there's been a falling away from Christendom because a lot of people have been preaching law and they haven't been preaching how to uphold the law. So I'm asking you, how do you uphold the law correctly?
What are you talking about?
So then this is what I'm talking about, old covenant versus new covenant, and this is why we see the spiritual decay occurring again and again and again.
No, I'm saying you're asking, how do you...
Well, I'm going to answer your question.
No, how do you follow thou shall not murder?
By your faith through God.
No, by not killing anybody. It's pretty simple.
Don, but then, yeah, it's simple just to say don't do this, but then how do you rectify all those people who did it anyway?
What are you talking? What?
I'm saying all those people, especially those Christians who committed that murder and continuously failed to uphold the law, was an indication of the strength of their faith.
I don't get what you're getting at here.
Well, this is where I've been through my Bible studies and through people who have led me. They've told me if we started talking about more, and I think Destiny said it too, even though it's crazy because I'm an atheist. So I think Destiny low-key Christian, he just being rebellious out here doing whatever he want to do.
I just had a big Catholic education. Fuck religion.
If we started talking about more about the love of God and talking and modeling that for the communities, you would see less people breaking the law. The proof of the law, Paul says the proof of the law was to show in Romans, I believe it was Romans, the proof of the law was to show that you cannot uphold the law without God. Jesus was able to uphold. We had this conversation before. Jesus was able to uphold the law because he was forever with his Father.
Yeah.
So in order to uphold the law, you have to have this strong, mature faith.
I don't get why we don't tell people about hell based on what you're saying.
You can tell people about hell, but hell isn't the focus. What's more, you can tell people about hell. Yeah, I'm not saying that's a problem, but if you want more people to not fall away from their faith and not continue to break the law,
how do people look at Destiny, bro?
Here's
hold on, wait. I'm saying there are a lot of people who are living lives that they're thoroughly enjoying at the moment, right?
Yeah, people would live a more Christ life.
No, but I'm saying if you're going to preach about the love of Jesus, right, without the context of hell, it's like, oh wow, Jesus loves me too. That's great, because my life is going awesome. Otherwise, on top of that, and so it's like
a lot of people don't understand the love of Christ anyway. That's why they're falling away.
One who feels like they have all the love they need. Their family loves them. Their friends love them. Right? They're good with the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Their bank account is looking good. Like this extra love that supposedly comes from Jesus, they'll leave it or take it. They'll take it.
Done.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I think the goal is to show that when Jesus talks about whether you should follow God or not in the Bible, that's why I'm saying there's not that many references to hell. There are a lot of references to if you follow God, these are the types of spiritual fulfillments you'll have. Have you ever heard of the Beatitudes?
Yes.
Right? These are the idea that if you act in certain ways, right? If you mourn, you'll be comforted. If you're meek, you inherit the earth. If you show forgiveness, you'll be forgiven. Shit like that, right? It feels like the idea is that rather than preaching to people, you need to follow God, or else you're going to fucking a fiery brimstone. I think the idea is that if you follow God and you live your life in these ways, you'll actually find that you'll have a spiritual fulfillment on earth. I think that the issue with a lot of religious, I don't want to say scare tactics, but the way that a lot of people kind of preach is that Christianity sounds like it kind of sucks shit. I have to give up a whole bunch of fun shit, and if I don't, I'm gonna fucking burn to death in fires of hell. That sucks. That's bullshit. That's
say I'd rather go to hell.
Yeah, that sucks. But the idea is that I think the goal isn't to avoid hell. The goal is to find salvation through God and godliness. That if you live the life that Jesus or God laid out before you, if you perform the functions that you were made to, that you were created in God's image to perform, that the types of happiness that you find down that road of righteousness is going to be in and of itself a reward, even on earth spiritually. I feel like that's a more positive message to give people than if you don't do this shit, you're going to burn forever.
I mean, Steven, let me show you why I think I disagree with you. I think you might change your mind on that, right? Let's say that you actually believed in hell, as I'm describing. Right? Let's say you believed in that. That's not motivation enough for you to be a Christian?
I mean, a little bit.
You're gonna die, right? You know you're going to die, right?
Yeah, I guess, but
and you get the idea of.
I don't know if hell is real or not, though, right?
No, but I accept that, sure. But I'm saying, let's say you did believe that. I convinced you that hell.
Well, I mean,
real.
if you were able to convince me of hell, then you can convince me of anything, and then I'd act in whatever way you wanted me to, right?
Okay, sure, whatever. But if I could convince you that hell is real, would you not agree that you would live a Christian life?
Yeah, but if you could convince me the Christian life was good, I would also lead a Christian life.
No, well, yeah, but you might also fall away from it, and also if your life is already good, you may not. Feel like you need that. I mean, do you feel like your life is missing anything?
I personally don't, but I live a very fulfilled life.
All right, exactly. So it's
but I think I'm an exception. I think there's a lot of people that have a lot of spiritual desolation that could be cured by living a more whatever Christ-like life or whatever, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. And you were saying this multiple times, and it's not 100% correct. Yes, there are some benefits that to be experienced in this world by becoming a Christian, but you become a Christian, you face persecution. I mean, all the apostles were executed because they're a Christian. You face persecution, you turn your back on the world, and so the world says it does not know you. There are opportunities that I have lost. There are bridges that I have burnt, friends that I have lost as becoming a Christian. Back when I was, talking all that, worldly stuff, I was in the good graces of a lot more, popular online personalities. All of that, I got people trying to cancel me and all this stuff because they're painting my Christian faith as bigoted homophobia and all that. And so it's like, okay, well, this idea of that, oh, you become a Christian, your life becomes automatically better is simply not true. So if someone's in a bad position right now and I try to sell them, hey, become a Christian because it's going to make your life better. And then the opposite happens. Not only does your life not become better, but it becomes arguably worse. Now they're ostracized by their friends.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just I understand I understand what you're saying. That's just it's totally wrong. It's absolutely wrong. If you are a Christian, your belief should be that being a Christian is going to make your life better. Even on earth, it will make your life better. So, for instance, somebody in my YouTube chat said,
Stephen.
What?
That's Joel Osteen.
No, I'm not talking about prosperity. I'm not talking about. So someone in chat says, I disagree, Destiny. We have to deny ourselves and pick up our cross, not follow God and be rewarded. Right?
What?
Somebody in chat said that, okay?
That's what Jesus said.
Sure. No. But you don't follow God to get rewarded. The reward is following God. Every step you take towards godliness, every step you take towards being a righteous person, in and of itself should yield great spiritual fulfillment on earth, right?
But that's exactly what you're saying.
What?
And then you're saying follow God to see a reward.
No. The reward is following God. That if you act in a certain way, if you get a woman, you save yourself for marriage, you have sex with your wife, you get the joys of having sex with a monogamous woman who's never shared her body with anyone else before. You get that gift that God has given you to build a family. You have children with that woman. You stay together. You have a strong and healthy relationship. All of these structures have been granted to you by God, the ability to have those relationships, to have children, to be happy and healthy. That's why we say grace for meals and everything. We're thanking God for giving us the ability to put food on the table, for our health, for the capabilities that we have. All of these things, people pray to God, right? They don't pray saying, God, please make this decision in front of me more difficult. Please fuck my life up. You pray to God to ask for guidance for help through life. And the closer your connection is to God, the more he ought to be guiding those decisions and helping you pick better choices for you. The average life of a Christian should be better than the average life of a non-Christian. That should be the case. They should have better lives on earth, right?
Regardless of material possessions.
That's what's not biblical, though, Stephen.
That is. Oh no, it is biblical. He's talking about the fruits of the spirit. In Galatians 5:22.
Cannot say. Do you know the story of Job?
Yes.
Okay, tell us the story of Job.
He was as endearing and faithful to God as possible until he broke.
Whoa!
God came to him.
It sounds like that is not what happened. Job was one of God's most loyal and obedient servants. One day, the devil approached God and said that the only reason why Job is faithful to you is because you have blessed him heavily, as Stephen is suggesting, right? He was a faithful person and God blessed him heavily. And the devil then said, if we were to remove all of these blessings, I promise you that he would curse you and he would forsake you. And then God said, go ahead, remove all of his blessings. The only things you cannot do, you cannot kill him. And then the devil goes and pretty much strips him of everything. He was a fairly wealthy man. He had children. He had cattle. He lost everything, became diseased, and theologians have calculated that period of tribulation that Job was under lasted between 2 and 4 years. The entire time, he continued to praise and worship God. If the whole idea is you praise and worship and be obedient to God, so I will see rewards in this world, what do you think would happen to a man's faith after doing that for 3 months?
Wait, hold on. How did the story of Job end?
That's what I was trying to.
No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I want to hear the answer. How did the story of Job end?
The story of Job end is that God returned onto him multiple fold what he lost.
So is that not like literally a parable for what it means to live a godly life? That there might be sacrifices that you have to make. For instance, you might have to forgo some material wealth. You might have to forgo hooking up with a lot of women, but that the reward at the end for living a godly life will be twice-fold as good as it would have been living the materialistic life otherwise. I feel like Job is the perfect illustration of this.
It wasn't a parable, right? The Bible proposes this as an historical.
Sure, regardless historical or not. Is that not the lesson we ought to take from that, though?
I mean, you can take multiple lessons from it, Stephen. The point I am making, however, though, is if your faith is contingent on your life getting better, the reason why a lot of Christians fall away is because their life does. Yes, you become Christian. My life has become better in several ways as a result of becoming Christian, right? Yes, it's hurt my career in some aspects, but it's also benefited me in a lot of other aspects. And so that's great. But my point is, if your basis of being Christian is contingent on seeing reward for obedience, i.e., a works-based salvation, right? Then karma-based salvation, right? Then when you go through times of tribulation, and also that is, you're looking at like American Christians. There are Christians that are getting their heads cut off. There are Christians under constant persecution in the Middle East, who do not get that reward that you would anticipate they get in life. They would be much better off forsaking God and pledging allegiance to Allah, for instance, in certain regions, and then they wouldn't be under persecution anymore. And so the idea that there needs to be something stronger, and those two things are, yes, there is a positive thing that compels you. It is a reward, but it's not in this lifetime. It's in heaven, right? So that I 100% agree that is one of the things that compel you.
No, doesn't the Bible talk about the kingdom coming to earth?
You are still talking about a reward that comes after death.
No, there is a kingdom coming to earth.
Oh, go ahead and tell us about this kingdom coming to earth.
It's not, so we won't experience it in this lifetime. We have no idea. Maybe in the future, yeah, everybody, there's going to be, in the book of Revelation, it talks about the rapture, everything will fall away, right? And it's going to be us abiding with maybe I'm bringing up something that's not non-congruent with the conversation, but I think it speaks to the character of the message of the Bible, right? Where it speaks to the end result is the earth will be redeemed, so the kingdom can abide upon earth against the prince of the air, which is Satan. So I think we should mostly talk about Satan, not hell. That's what I'm trying to say. Especially when we're talking amongst unbelievers, I think we as a church have failed in the aspect of our politics with each other, the way we treated one another, and the way that we pushed hell more than the love of God. Not saying that we can't do both, but it's been more hell than the relationship with God. God came to earth to establish relationship with man. And there is a repeated rejection of God. Man has rejected God.
Wait. Can I cut in between the two of you? Because Don, whether you realize it or not, what you asked Destiny earlier when you said, shouldn't the existence of hell be enough of a motivator to believe in God? It's called Pascal's wager. So hold on. So I could pose to you, what if you're wrong about Islam? Shouldn't you believe in Allah?
No, because I believe in Christianity because the evidence suggests that Christianity is true.
What's the evidence? The
No, we're not doing that. We're not getting into the whole what's the evidence. That's absolutely not happening right now.
There's no people here who are Muslim, so.
Yeah, just to cut in real quick, Fenty says that this is finding God is a spiritual journey. We should be talking about science over here.
I mean, I don't want to be like. I think we can do both. Thank you.
Well, to Destiny's point, the thing that'll keep people in Christ and better than the threat of hell is, like in Galatians, it talks about the fruits of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. All of things that human beings should aspire to, rather than I don't want to go to hell, but these things here will build us a better community here on earth. That should be the main focus to having these fruits.
Right. Don't tell people to fear hell. Ask them to look forward to heaven. I mean, that's a better way to get people to go to your religion. But I mean, I was raised a Catholic, so of course that's what the focus is going to be on. If you're adhering to the Old Testament and stuff like that, yeah, there's going to be an emphasis on punishment.
You are never going
isn't just something you can just exhibit naturally. The fruits of the Spirit is purely spiritual, which comes through faith through God. Yeah, you can have natural tendencies, and like we can say, Kanye, you need to have more self-control. But Kanye has professed Christ, so him having Christ in his life should help him be more.
Wait, real quick. Okay, so everybody's getting last words on this. Go ahead and say your final pieces. Go ahead, because I'm.
You are never going to convince people on Destiny's Stream to follow religion, guys. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
It is absolutely ridiculous.
I just had messages. I just had messages come to me right now.
Okay.
And people talking about, I agree with you.
I'm religious now. There you go. See.
Yeah, but they're already religious.
No,
do you know?
I had not.
You don't know. Okay. Do you know Destiny comes? You know where Destiny comes from?
What?
he comes from the place where he was debunking Christianity when that was the it thing before leftism was.
What are you talking? No, I was never part of the tippy atheist community. Absolutely.
Yes, you were. I remember. I've watched my documentary, Stephen.
Wait, what? Back then I played StarCraft. I was never part of like the skeptosphere or any of that shit. Nope.
Oh my god, no.
All right, so so my final thing that I would like to say is, at the end of the day, we're all going to die. After we die, the Bible suggests that we will be judged. You'll either go to heaven or hell. If you would like compelling evidence to tell you whether or not the Bible is true or not, I highly recommend you read the book More Than a Carpenter, written by an atheist trying to debunk Christianity and found his way to God. Or you can read Cold Case Christianity if you genuinely want to test Christianity. That's it. Fun. Go ahead, check it out.
Okay, thanks. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
I agree with Don.
Okay. Cool.
But we shouldn't push talking about hell.
We're done with it.
Well, we're done
with it because if we,
we're gonna loop on this with Don. We're good.
I don't want to loop. That's why I try to warn against, because these people don't believe in either. They have a concept of it, but they don't believe in hell, and a lot of them are blatantly, they love hell. We're talking with our roommates here.
Nobody here,
like, and but I think we can pull some of them roommates to our side by talking about the love, because I think love is more of a motivator. Look at society now. We can't have good families because people don't know how to love each other.
Can I just say I love hell? Okay, I love hell. I'm dipping. All right, it was really nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna go party with Satan. All right, bye.
Terrible.
Oh, sacrifice chickens for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Okay. Are we good on everything, guys?
Yeah, we're good. I didn't really wanna. Yeah, like. We could talk about, I feel like there's examples that we can talk about, especially for the black community or any community in general, through the reflection of how Christ loves the church, God loves his people. You can talk about how to love more. I think when Annalicia comes up on this platform and says, black men, you need to do better, is because she's saying you need to be better at loving your black women and your community and not being flippant in the streets and just being, stop divesting so much or just totally investing. You got to do both, right?
Yeah, sure. I think should. Yeah.
And that's why I say she's not. Yeah, I agree. That's why I say she's not racist. She says crazy stuff like Kanye, sometimes just reckless, and she deserves all the deserves all the flack she gets when she comes up here and being reckless, and. Yeah, Cherry, do whatever you want. I'm just calling you to have some self-control, because as a believer in Christ, I feel like that's something that is gonna make life better here on this plane of existence. That's me.
Okay. Anything else, guys? Are we good? We're all okay now?
Oh yeah, I'm wonderful.
That's good. I'm glad.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Just chilling.
Yeah, you inspired me to try and do the whole like streaming and gaming thing. At first, I felt
nice,
incredibly hard at first. I don't know how you do the like have debates while you're.
Well, I'm generally just listening to you guys and then trying to moderate if you guys are getting off course or whatever, but not like doing too much active talking. So.
No, I know it's doable. I took with some practice. I figured it out. I get it. Yeah, you ever play Minecraft? You ever got into Minecraft?
Yeah, I'm a Minecraft professional. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, duh.
Oh wow, cool.
Well, not like professional. I just play a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, you got like a server or something?
Not at the moment. We make one every now and then. I'm on a Factorio binge now, so this is taking over my life, unfortunately. But I will say, if you guys live near Georgia, we're going down there to canvass for Warnock. Oh, you guys probably aren't Democrats. Never mind.
I heard you said you're going to Dallas soon. You're going to Dallas soon?
On the 18th, I think. Yeah.
On the 18th, that's in 2 days. I mean, well, I live in Houston, so that's like a quick drive for me.
There's an event called DebateCon that I'm debating at, but I'm literally going to be in Dallas for like 16 hours. I think I land at 4 a.m. and I fly out at like 9 p.m. So I'm not going to be there for too long.
Okay.
Be around smelly white people at DebateCon. I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay.
Do you know what?
But that You typecasted us as Republicans, so.
Well, I'm saying that you guys are all super religious people, and you were all like anti-abortion and shit earlier. I don't know if that doesn't.
I voted Democrat because she's gonna the Democrat in I forgot the midterms. Got her name. She's gonna prosecute Trump. She still wants to uphold prosecutions for Trump in New York. So that's why I voted Democrat.
Okay.
Trump is never going to prison.
What'd you say?
Trump is never going to prison.
I don't know about that. Why you think that?
Because it's just not. I feel it's gut feeling. It's in my gut.
Yeah.
Maybe his kids will go to prison because maybe they helped him out. It seems that everybody around Trump seems to go to prison. Maybe not Trump. So I'll be happy. Everybody who colluded with Trump goes to prison because y'all helped the cabal, and maybe he'll just be the fallen king, outside with no money, just broke, and nobody likes him. If history tells the correct story.
Like, why?
He'll never be broke. Isn't he like funneling money for Herschel Walker, like 10-1 to himself or some shit like that?
It's nasty.
Oh no.
Damn.
I don't know. Didn't Herschel Walker lose?
No, it's a runoff.
That's what we're going to Georgia for. Hell yeah.
Oh.
When's the? I might pull up. I'm not doing nothing.
The third is it the 3rd and 4th of December? I think.
Yeah, it's sometime next month. I'm not sure. I don't want to lie to you.
Yeah, I'll pull up if I can.
Okay.
But DebateCon is in Texas, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to DreamCon. I'm sorry, I have plans.
What is DreamCon? The Minecrafter?
Wow.
It's for black nerds, man. How you not heard of DreamCon, man? Where you been? I thought you wanted to know more about black people.
I don't know what the fuck Dream. What is Dream? Like MLK had a dream or what? I don't know.
You know RDC World, right?
You don't know RDC World?
I don't know any of that shit. Sorry.
No, you do. You
out of.
Like,
I thought you touched grass.
Skits, the LeBron skits or the anime skits. A group of like black dudes.
You're not a weeb, so.
Yeah, I have
you
no idea.
really the RDC World don't ring a bell?
Nope.
That's interesting. Well, yeah, they have probably arguably the most successful and biggest like YouTuber convention ever. Like where everyone else kind of like folded, they did really well and they like double in size every year.
Okay. People are saying apparently I've watched them on stream before, so I guess okay.
Yeah, they're super popular. Like I feel like if you saw one of them, you would recognize it.
Okay.
I feel the target market is like when we were trying to hold Gideon accountable. Right, for all I feel like the target market should be the black men or black people who have divested from, or who have saturated their life with everything else, and they're not dealing with the system that upholds the saturated lifestyle that they have anyway. Gideon doesn't know that all it takes is one law, or any content creator on YouTube. All it takes is one law to ruin your jobs on YouTube or content creation in general. Pretty sure Sneeko came up and had a clip of you and him. And what was it? Congress? Yeah. So all it takes is.
I wasn't in that. That was not me. I was not in.
I know it wasn't you, but all it takes is Destiny slip up of toxicity and sneak.
Nah, that was a Nick Fuentes. That was just because of Nick Fuentes. Why that even happened?
True.
Yeah, but Destiny platformed this.
True.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Destiny. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, I did. I loved it too. I loved every second of it. So.
Do what you want, man.
I do. Don't worry. Okay.
Listen, but listen, time is running out.
For what?
Gotta come to Christ sometime.
Oh Jesus.
That's what. Do what you want. I think Satan has influenced you guys so much where you don't think he exists. So I agree with you there, Don. Like we should talk about Satan more, and talk about hell. He's gonna drag y'all down.
I ain't really concerned about Satan personally.
What happened?
I ain't too concerned about Satan personally. That's more like in-house conversation amongst Christians. I don't think Satan is like the talking point that you should bring up when talking to people who don't believe.
Damn.
What?
Personally.
Okay. I mean.
Yeah, personally, I don't think it's like he's a very compelling talking point.
Wow.
Okay. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, but that's crazy. Destiny wants to go attack red pill people, but he doesn't want to hang out with cool black people and like Dawn.
Yep, true. Yeah.
But there's more red pill content? Yeah, I live for that, bro.
We'll see. Okay.
That gets me through my days at work, dog. I need it. Where's it at?
Y'all are druggies. Y'all are druggies.
Hey man, yo, I'll be honest. When Anna was in here, I kind of wanted to come in, but not really. I'll be living off that negativity sometimes, bro.
Y'all fucked on this red pill stuff, man. Y'all need to be purple pill, red blue pill, man. Come on, come on, man. That's what Erudite and Melina wants you to be. Blue pill. Come on, guys.
Blue.
Oh yeah, that's not cool.
Nah, man.
Man, just Factorial and red pill all day.
It's all black pill my way, bro. That's the only pill.
Ooh, what's the black? Break down the black pill for me.
White pill all the way, man. Come on.
Damn.
I guess I'm too corny, man. White pill too corny, man.
Well, isn't that the Fuentes pill for white people, or the white pill?
What? Don't call me. Fuentes doesn't have a beard no more. He ain't.
He's not cool. What? He needed the beard.
Here's the thing. So I do have people in my audience that try to convince me to entertain a conversation with Nick Fuentes, but have you labeled him a white supremacist?
I think he's a white. I don't know if he's a white supremacist. That's a complicated conversation. I don't want to listen. The last time I had a conversation with a guy about that, he ended up calling me a pedophile and trying to get like 400 women to turn against me. So okay, we're not going down that road.
Wait.
I'm sorry, not a pedophile, a sex offender. My bad.
Like, I don't want to talk about that. But bro, as an outsider looking in, like I got hip to you, bro, like maybe like 3 weeks ago, right? I've been hip to you for a minute, but like I became a fan like 3 weeks ago.
Oh
but
boy.
I got in right before like everything hit the fan with that, and all I was thinking is like, why is Destiny friends with this dude? Like this dude is like different. You feel me? And so that's kind
Mr. Girl, right?
Ever in a million years insinuate that I would do something like a dude like that, man. That guy was crazy, bro.
I think Nick is taking away. He's making you corny, Destiny. Come on now.
Gotcha. All right.
Forget his political.
Okay.
He's corny. What are you doing?
I love you guys. I'm gonna take off. It's been fun.
All right, bro.
I appreciate all of you.
Peace and love, man.
Yeah.
God bless.
Thanks.
Later, man. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
bro.
for stopping by too, Josh. Sorry that the conversation was such an insane shit show today, but I appreciate it.
It's all good, man. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
All right, peace out, brother.
Have a good one, guys. Bye. Jesus fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go do shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go do shit. Fuck, dude. I have a fucking lame flight. It's like at fucking 6 a.m. So movie streams. If you guys want to, yeah, knock yourselves out. Let's see. The Michaela Peterson interview got rescheduled because she said they're making a studio in Miami and they want to do a live show. So fuck, that's gonna happen in January now instead of. And I'm staying a whole. Oh no, that's okay, guys. Hang out with Nathan more at Omaha. Boom, boom, boom on Sunday. Okay, I'm gonna be in LA on Thursday, Friday. I do the PragerU show on Friday. Saturday I do DebateCon, and then Sunday, Monday I'm in Omaha hanging out with Nathan. Then I'm back on Tuesday for you guys. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. But also, hold on. Hold on. You guys, if you want to be part of our canvassing operation in Georgia, we might have the largest canvassing operation in the state because we're God tier. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, fuck, hold on. This guy wants to chat. Here. Sign up for this or canvassing shit. I'll buy you guys hotel rooms, but that's it. You're gonna have to make your way there, figure it out. Hold on, these guys want to chat real quick. I don't know what for. Okay, I can make cryo slush out of the granite rods. Actually, this is making the liquid ice actually way easier than I thought it would be. If you're not sleeping, split VOD.
Just give me 1 sec.
Yeah, go for it.
Can you hear me fine, by the way?
Yeah, fine and yeah, clear.
Hi, chat, GGL. How do I add Alex to the call?
Does he have Discord?
Yeah.
In the top right, there should be an add friends to DM button.
Just give me a sec. Sorry about that.
It's extremely
frustrating. I just wanted to ask you, like, while we're waiting on him, like, how did you find the debate with the MGTOW guy yesterday? Because I don't know if you've done debates like that before.
It just reminded me of old debates with uneducated people.
Yeah, he's considered as like one of the smartest like MGTOW people, but
that's
I guess
really
his charts
disappointing.
weren't that convincing.
You guess at what? Sorry, say what?
His charts didn't convince you that much?
Well, that's just not. You understand that like that a chart doesn't say anything, right? Like you need a little bit more.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah, I was fucking around. Yeah,
okay.
It was fascinating. There's this guy who really wants to talk to you. He's like the dude who tried to beat up Fresh and Fit. It's just like you guys weren't really available at the same time. You know the guy?
Yeah. Have I talked to him before?
Yeah, briefly.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Allende, Authentic Alphas.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to that dude at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, just wanted to know like when you went into the conversation, the biggest criticism that Alex's side had of you was that you came in super not super, but like you came in more aggressive than you usually did. Because like when I was reading through the chat, that's kind of that's basically what they kind of brought up to you. So I wanted to know like, why did you choose this approach? Was it like you were in a bad mood, or did you have like a rhetorical intention behind it?
After Lav and Mr. Girl, my charitability meter is like very, very, very low. And that guy that I was talking to like needed to be treated like a high functioning Down syndrome kid, and I didn't have it in me to like deal with that at the moment. There are like better ways to handle those types of conversations, but like if somebody's gonna throw a chart at me and say 2 variables can give you causal relationships and like complicated socioeconomic issues, like the amount of like emotional preparation that I need to put myself through what is inevitably going to be 30 minutes of psychological torment to try to explain to this guy why he needs at the very least an abstract of a study and not one self-made chart that this guy was working on in Discord chat rooms late at night with his Red Pill friends. It's so much. It just needs a lot. And right now my battery is really low on that type of charitability. Probably in like a couple weeks, I can return to like combos like that where I try to be like nice and polite and tell people why what they're saying is like beyond fucking stupid. But I didn't have that in me at that point in time. And holy fuck, that guy was stupid. Sorry.
No worries. When it comes to Red Pill people, he's not Red Pill, he's a MGTOW. But when it comes to Red Pill, the biggest issue I have, which is why like I try to avoid talking to them that much, because it's like when you recognize realities of the world, but then you come up with prescriptions that are kind of weird. Like if the descriptive stuff you point out are true, how could I convince you out of the prescriptions that you make?
Yeah, that's why you have to start sometimes with the descriptions, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but I mean, a lot of his like descriptions were just completely and totally fucked. Like his whole analysis on like world economy stuff was like so dumb. But like that's a lot of other conversations we need to have.
Like if someone like not him, but like if a red pillar asks you like, let's look at the dating scene.
Mm-hmm.
Female hypergamy is real. If the dating scene is highly dominated by women own the sexual marketplace. So why? And if a guy who's super rich will always fuck more than a guy who's poor. So why not, I guess, become red pill?
It's.
You see what I mean?
Okay, so here's the first thing that needs to happen. We need to disaggregate talking about dating and talking about fucking. That's the first thing that needs to happen that never changes, okay? Like the marketplace definitely favors like rich and wealthy and Chad guys or whatever when it comes to fucking, but that's probably always been the case. But when it comes to dating, like it might be that 80% of women chase 20% of men or whatever, but it's not like 20% of men are dating 80% of women. That's not true, right? If without getting too deep into this, this is the ultimate. This is what actually has to happen. Okay, if people want to give real advice to real men to make them successful in life, here's what actually has to happen. This is the problem. The problem is that men are socially retarded, but they've gotten away with being socially retarded for a long time because traditionally they had all of the access to labor. If you wanted to be like a person that could live in a house and have a family, you had to go and find a guy because men were the only ones that could work. Now that women have had the ability to work, there's a whole different like dynamic that's starting to evolve where women are choosing men based on more than just the fact that the guy has a job at 7-Eleven. That might have been enough like 20, 30, 40 years ago, but it's not anymore. And men haven't done a lot of work when it comes to being able to communicate, to have emotions, to be a partner in a relationship, to share chores in a household, to not be egotistical fucking morons. Like, these are a lot of issues that men traditionally have never had to work on ever. A really good example of this is I've gotten only two, so maybe it's bullshit, but I've gotten 2 emails from women that live in 2 different Middle Eastern countries, and they talk to me about how this dynamic is playing out like in ultra real time. For instance, in Middle Eastern societies, when boys are born into households, I don't want to say they're treated like kings, but it's like, this is the boy, this is the man of the house. Like, he goes out, he plays games with his father, maybe they prepare to like work and all of that, and that's so cool, that's what they do. Well, women are trained from very early ages in Middle Eastern countries to be able to cook, clean, take care of everything in the household, take care of little siblings, like do all the things they need to do to run a household, and they're working. So what's happening is women are going into the workplace in some of these markets. They go into the workplace, they get a job, they're engineers, they're making money, and then when they find men are worthless. Yeah, they work, but they can't do any household chores. They can't fucking clean. They're disgusting. They're schizo fucks when it comes to communicating emotions. And there was that one study that I pulled out yesterday that showed in the United States, when women are dating men and they earn more than men, they're still doing more than 10 hours of household chores in a week on average than the men are, even though they out earn their husbands, because men are like so fucking brain dead when it comes to like functioning in a household. So to wrap that all up, the long and short of it is that men have to learn how to be better partners in relationships when traditionally they haven't had to, so that they just haven't had any of that training yet. That's my opinion. That's my takeaway for it. Or the black pill is you can say, well, every guy needs to earn 500K a year, otherwise he's fucked. That's what I look at.
Yeah, no, you're right on that. The answer that I know, like the big red pill guys give, is that for a society to be ideal, okay, I don't believe this. This is just what they believe. Is that a woman needs to be led and let the men elect each other and like take control of society, because a woman's nature is to be led and a man's nature is to be the leader.
Yeah, that's cap and cringe, because the reality is 98% of men are followers. I'm sorry, but like, men are not natural leaders. They just absolutely aren't. Anybody that's played games knows this. Anybody that's worked in a managerial environment knows this. Anybody that's been the CEO of a business knows this. Most men are sheep followers. That's just a fact. Most women are too, but there are probably some women that can lead, very few of them, and there are some men that can lead, very few of them. But most people are followers. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's totally fine. That society doesn't function, too many chiefs, not enough Indians is a saying for a reason. But yeah, the idea that men are natural born leaders, that's just absolutely cap and not true. But I mean, men don't want to hear that, because all men need are constant fucking ego inflation. Nothing is more cringe to me, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound like mean. I am, I guess. Nothing is more cringe to me than like these like 320 pound, 5'9" dudes sitting at their computers talking about how like their stock is that of like the alpha leader who needs like a woman to be subservient to him, when like this guy can't even like wash his own fucking ass, but he thinks he's gonna be like the leader of his household and the leader of society, when he would be fucking lost without mom and dad to do like the laundry and cook dinner for him. Like, that's just not the case. And it's funny now, especially being friends with Lauren and talking to a whole bunch more conservative women. Oh my God, dude. Conservative women get so triggered because conservative men talk all this shit about how like women are sluts, women are promiscuous, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of these conservative women are like, okay, well, where are the good conservative men at? They're not out there. And when they are, those guys are getting chicks, right? If you're a guy, you've got your shit together, you've got a good personality, you're ready to be like faithful and loyal to a wife, you work at a business or whatever, like there are women for you, but most people aren't like this. It's just a bunch of schizoid, autistic internet guys that are complaining that there are no good women left, but they're not good men, right? That's just, sorry, fuck, I'm being mean, but like, yeah.
Anyways, that's right. I'm adding Alex. Yeah. And while he's coming, like another question I had was about your take on university education. Mm-hmm. So I have a degree in marketing, but in university, I learned almost nothing about search engine optimization, how to edit thumbnails, how to maintain audience retention and all that. All that stuff I learned from watching YouTube videos and maybe a bit on Skillshare. So why spend thousands of dollars on a university education when you can just go on Skillshare or watch a YouTube video and spend maybe a couple of months learning that stuff and just practicing on your own?
I mean, I don't know what you learned for marketing degree. I don't know. What classes do you take? I have no idea. That's not a slight. I just have no idea. I truly have no idea.
I just use it as an example. It's like, you could use other courses as well as examples, but it was like consumer behavior, which is basically psychology stuff, like operant conditioning, classical conditioning, and stuff like that. There's marketing research, which is like, research methodology, how to do statistics and like regression from a mean, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like like in almost like every opportunity I've had, every YouTube video I've worked on, all that stuff, not once did I need to do like a statistical analysis or like all the econ stuff they made me learn. I never use any of that stuff, you know.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you might not, but I can't. It's hard to speak to your particular degree and your.
Yeah, no, I'm using me as an example, but I mean more like in general. You'll pay thousands of dollars in university, where most of the courses are going to be irrelevant to the job you want to get later on.
I mean, I don't know if that's true for a lot of like engineering jobs. Like, I think the courses you take in university are generally pretty important. Like, there's going to be on-the-job training too, but.
Yeah. Could I send you Alex's stuff? I'm a boomer when it comes to Discord, and you can just add him in.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I gave you his thing. Yeah, no, when it comes to engineering or maybe medicine and stuff like that, I can see it as important, but I guess it depends. I feel like it depends on which field you're going into. And one question I had too, like, it's just like a personal. It's about content creation. When you're speaking to your audience, are you always thinking about how to maintain the audience engagement or like how to keep the audience interested, or is it something that you don't really think about? Like,
I don't think about it too much. I think it kind of comes naturally for me, just because I'm used to like speaking to crowds, and the topics we talk about are usually like pretty interesting and stuff. So it's not like a thing that I have to worry about too much.
Okay, because yeah, that's an issue sometimes I face if I'm doing like a 1-hour video, because like I worry like how can I be sure that the audience will care and then just get bored like 10 minutes in, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's important to have like I don't know, or you're asking me, so I'm just being super honest. I think for you, I think a really important thing would be working on inflection. Some people have a way of talking where, English is also your second language, isn't it? Did you tell me that, or am I making that up?
Yep. French is my first, English is my second.
Yeah, fuck, dude, that's so fucking hard. Getting fluid in a language and being able to speak with inflection and variety in tone is really important. Otherwise, everything ends up sounding like kind of the same run-on sentence, and the audience retention is going to go way down because stuff like this is excruciatingly painful to listen to for long periods of time, right? Like, it sounds kind of like minor, and it's difficult. I can't imagine how difficult it is to work on with a second language. It's really hard. I guess listen to good speakers and try to emulate it, but being able to vary the way that you speak. I've noticed for a lot of ESL people, it's very difficult to have an entertaining grasp of the English language, I think. That's why, like, foreign language, like the Russian professors and shit for math classes are so horrible to listen to, you know?
Yeah, it's something I'm working on, but I'm not there yet. And after our last conversation, this guy who works for Linus Tech Tips, he reached out to me and he told me, like, my biggest issue in content creation is that the way I'm growing, it's because like people are not watching me for me, they are watching me for who I'm interviewing. So it's like,
that's not always bad. It just depends on the style of content that you're going for. If you want to be an interviewer, then you make content interviewing entertaining people. If you want to be the content, then you have to be entertaining. But like, that's fine. Like, for instance, like, you know, like the Channel 5 guy?
Yeah.
I might be wrong because I don't watch a lot of his content, but I think like he's usually interesting because of the people that he interacts with. But if he started releasing like videos of him just like hanging out and like chatting with like chat and stuff, those videos probably wouldn't do very well. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, I gave you his thing. The number and stuff.
Oh yeah, you did. I'm sorry. I don't know why I didn't add him. Hold on, I'm being dumb.
No worries. Yeah.
Wait, did he? I don't think did he accept my friend request?
Let me tell him to accept.
No, he didn't. He needs to.
Okay, he's gonna accept it now. But yeah, when it comes to, like, so I was listening to your conversation with Dylan Burns about that, where you told him that the issue with him is that people didn't come to Dylan Burns to listen to Dylan Burns, rather just like to watch the characters he had on, like whether it's the left wing guy or the right wing guy or whatever. And I'm working on like I'm trying to do more. Okay, he sent you a friend request. He says, Alex says.
Nope, I sent him a friend request. He hasn't accepted it yet. If he would have sent me one, it would have auto-added us.
Sorry. But yeah, my point about that was that with Dylan, his issue is that what he thinks is entertaining is not really what actually entertains the audience. Like what he finds, what he likes in the content with the Ukraine stuff, it's not at all what his audience want to see. And I'm trying to work on that right now. I'm kind of testing out different stuff on my own. But how long did it take you to figure out, like, sorry, Alex is messaging me saying he doesn't see it. Like, do you know where he should go to find the...
Yeah, you got to click friends. You got to click on the friends tab. There should be like a pending or something at the top. Like I see my outgoing friend request. It's sent to him. I know I've sent it, so just waiting for him to accept it.
Okay. Can I send you a photo he sent me?
Can you send me what?
A photo that he sent me.
Sure.
This is it. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, so he sent an outgoing friend request to Destiny with a lowercase d. It has to be with the uppercase D. Yeah.
All right, I told him that. Yeah, so right now I'm trying to do more like TikTok content where like I'm doing like more short form content because the guy, the Linus Tech guy, he told me that nowadays the audience retention is not the audience attention to what you do. It's really low, so it's better to keep it short form. And but I mean, I feel like I kind of suck right now, but I'm just trying to get better slowly. How long did it take for you to get good at streaming?
The problem is that like oftentimes we're preparing for the jobs we're going to work for our entire lives without realizing it. Like I was always like making jokes and doing stuff in school, right? I'm like, it's never been like I had to learn a whole bunch of shit to be charismatic. That was just kind of like who I was. So I don't know how I would like tell somebody to practice it or train it. Unironically, this is where people like Alex would come into play. Like I couldn't teach somebody. It's just stuff that I've worked on kind of my whole life, you know? I can give you tips for practicing it, but you're probably going to know more of those tips than I will, right? Things like approaching people at random and trying to strike up conversations. You know, like basically, it's probably going to be a bunch of stuff that you guys talk about when you're teaching like game or whatever, I would imagine. But yeah, I don't like teaching it. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. Yeah.
And he sent you the request now. This one's the correct one.
Okay, gotcha. I see that. Oh, it was a different name. Okay.
Yeah. You got it?
Yep.
Yo, what up?
Hey, what's up? Hi.
Not much. This is my first time using Discord, so I'm popping my Discord cherry. But yeah, man, I was listening to a little bit of what you guys were discussing. Are you open to a little bit of constructive criticism?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
I always like to ask that question because sometimes people...
Yeah, people get super ass mad about it. Yeah, I'm always open to feedback. Yeah, for sure.
So I'm gonna preface what I'm saying by saying that like 99% of the time I agree with you when you do debates. So this is not coming from like some like anti-Destiny. In fact, I'm definitely more of like a Destiny fan than the opposite. But this has kind of been the feedback of my audience and myself as well. And I think it's important to understand there's like two parts to the debate we had last night. There was the one that you had with TFM, and then there was the second part with Annalise, where you were kind of more taking a moderation role and jumping in here or there. But for the first part, it felt like at times you were not really engaging with what he was saying and just trying to basically chip away at the sources thing. And like, it seemed like your main argument was like, well, you don't have any sources, right? And that's fine, but just felt like you were really harping on that. And at the same time, you weren't really presenting any sources of yourself. So it's like, okay, well, Destiny's saying that, you know, you have no sources, but he's not presenting any sources himself. But then at like some point, it just felt like, okay, like we get it. This guy doesn't have a good source, but like engage with the idea. The second thing that a lot of people were saying, which I also kind of agree with, it did feel like at times you were a little bit condescending. And I think like I'm down to be condescending to people. The problem with the MGTOW people, they already feel like the whole world is against them. So when you start being condescending to them, they just like kind of shut down. They're like, oh, here we go. Another person who doesn't understand my struggle.
Yeah, last night was definitely like that was a brutal debate. Yeah, I would normally never conduct myself in a debate like that, but like that guy was like so exceptionally stupid. I didn't even know. The problem is that like he started off by saying just like 20 things about macro econ that just didn't make any sense. Like it was very obvious that he had absolutely no ability to grapple with that subject. And then off of those really bad macro econ claims, he started to land a whole bunch of societal claims that were supported by charts that didn't come from any study or make any attempt to analyze or explore the relationship between those variables. And then from all of that, he built off prescriptions. So I'm left at the end of dealing with this giant like shitburger of an argument from a guy that I don't know if he can even like grapple with any of the underlying things that he wants to discuss. That sounds really mean and rude. And like I asked my stream afterwards, like I truly don't know how to deal with a guy like that who is that condescending. Like the only other time I can think of experiences like that are like when I argue with like Gold League players in StarCraft that would try to like educate me on like what build is better or if I could have played a game better. And it's like, bro, I'm Grandmaster. Like I could literally beat like two of you combined. Like there's no way that you can tell me anything that's going to be worthwhile. And I disagree, but you're on like such a lower level. I can't even communicate with you. Even this sounds condescending and I know it is, but like, I don't know how else to put it across. When somebody shows you a chart and they say this chart with two variables proves this really complicated sociological phenomenon, you are so far behind that you're not worth having a conversation with. Like if I would have known who that guy was, the only strategy for me is I would have never engaged with that person. I had no idea. I really didn't. And that might be my bad, that like, even if it's because I know there was one debate that was going to happen and then it got canceled. I probably should have done research first into who the guy was. But if I would have known who that guy was, like, I'm never talking to that guy again. There's nothing of value that would come from a conversation with somebody with that background. I'm sorry, that sounds really harsh, but like, holy fuck, that guy is really stupid. Sorry.
Dude, that's interesting because I feel like you have conversations with people who are like way more gone than him all the time. Like, do you really think that guy's dumb? Because I agree with you. He has some really kooky ideas and some weird notions. Like, there's things you don't even know about him. Like, for example, that he's in a relationship with a literal sex doll, right? So, like, this is not like your standard human being. But I think it's kind of, a stretch to say that he's not smart. Like, clearly this guy's intelligent. And during the debate, you were saying one intelligent person to another, like, several times. So
yeah, that's me trying to understand a bridge. I'm not saying that he's not intelligent. What I'm saying is he doesn't understand the proper, like, he seems like a decently smart guy to talk about all the things he's talking about. He's probably a decently smart guy, but he didn't understand the methodological flaws in his analysis, right? It would literally be like, imagine if some guy comes up to you and he says that, like, I think that 90% of women have BBLs and like lip injections. And you're like, bro, that's not true. And the guy's like, I live on Miami Beach. Like, I know that's true. And you're like, okay, but you can't extrapolate that to the whole world. And he's like, yes, I can. And you're like, well, no, because girls are different in other places. And he's like, no, they're not. I haven't seen them. Well, it's like, okay, but do you think they could be different? No, they're all the same. Like, how would you even have a conversation with somebody? Like, and that guy might even be like a decently smart guy, but like that other dude was like, that was the level that conversation was on. Like, and he's even bringing up like things like anytime somebody, not to be mean, but like when somebody references the petrodollar, like that's like a whole like Pandora's box of weird conspiratorial nonsense about the USD being like the reserve currency for why petroleum is priced in USD. Like, there's just like a whole bunch of like dumb shit that this guy, and then like going back to the 1700s and shit, and like, oh God. Sorry, hold on, I'm rambling. I don't think that guy was dumb, but there were severe methodological flaws with how he analyzed the world, and it was like impossible. Like, I don't know how I would ever break through to a person.
Yeah, so how, like, I would personally proceed in a situation like that. I would be like, hey, listen, I'm extremely not convinced of your premise, but for the sake of argument, let's assume your premise is true. Here's what I think about your idea, blah, 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 blah.
Well, like, so if I say deduction, does that mean anything to you, or do you want me to explain real quick? I'm not calling you dumb. I just, in terms of,
it's like using like, yeah, just explain it to me, because I think I'm going to be...
So in philosophy, deduction essentially talks about how a conclusion logically follows from the premises, right? So for instance, if I say, if A, then always B, right? And then if I say, if B, then always C, then I can deduce that given A, if A, then always C, right? That would be like a form of deduction, right? If I say something like, if every time dad comes home at 4 o'clock, he beats the shit out of me. Tomorrow, dad, is coming home at 4 o'clock. Therefore, dad is going to beat the shit out of me, right? That's like deduction, things that logically follow. The problem is that a lot of arguments, in a way, they truly, if we're all rational beings, a lot of arguments hinge on deduction, right? And if you grant enough premises to somebody, then the conclusion will almost always logically follow. So you're not usually fighting over the validity of an argument, meaning, what are people talking about? Alarm. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I don't hear an alarm.
I don't hear anything.
Sorry, I don't know what the fuck my chat is talking about. The problem is that, like, if people are being, if they have enough of a certain type of premise, you're not going to be able to fight the conclusion, right?
Well, the major
wait, hold on, 1 second. Hold on, wait. Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait. What?
Yeah, I wonder if his apartment is on fire or something.
That would suck. The TFM fans are getting to Destiny. They're like, oh, fuck this guy. He thinks our leader has invalid conclusions. We're going to set his apartment on fire.
Yeah, I don't know whether.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
You're good. You're not burning alive.
No, I'm fine. Sorry. But anyway, I was gonna say, yeah. Let's say real quick. Let's say that I do this. Okay, I say that. Okay, here's a fact. All men are violent. Number one, and number two, all men will murder women if they're in rooms alone with them. And then I say, okay, now let's just grant that. I don't think that men and women should ever be alone in rooms. You're not gonna be able to say like, okay, well, I'll accept your premises. Let's talk about the conclusion. You're gonna have to fight me on all of my premises, right?
Right, but the major issue you have with his premises is that he didn't have like any kind of research for it, right? So you're like, yeah, and I think you're right. Like a chart is a bullshit way of proving something. Anyone can make a chart about anything, right? So it wasn't that you necessarily can prove that his premises were incorrect. Although I would agree with you that they probably, just from a common sense perspective, they don't sound right. But it was a lack of research that he had. So, like, yeah, like personally, me, like if I was in this situation, I would approach that, I'd be like, hey, listen, man, I don't think you did nearly enough research to come to the premises that you have. So I have extreme doubts about what you're saying is true. What I might do is I might be like, well, actually, let me look this up. And to be fair, he did offer that. I might have pushed harder on that. I'd be like, well, hang on. We don't even have enough information to know whether the premise you're saying is true or not. Let's actually both research this right now and try to find some sources, right? At the very least, I would approach it like that. Or on the flip side is I might just be like, okay, I really think your premise is false because you haven't done enough research, but, we can skip that part. We can, discuss that at a later date. Let's just talk about this conclusion you have, which we did, but for a very small part of the debate, his idea of like only letting people who are net earners vote, right? Like I would engage with that a little bit more and be like, okay, well, this is why that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, but the problem is that I think if you accept all those premises, it does make sense, right? If you really truly believe that anybody that is not a net earner is going to vote for the destruction of society, which was essentially what he was arguing for, then yeah, they probably shouldn't vote. Like I agree with his conclusion if the premises are true, right? I would agree with that. You would too, I think. Most of us would, right?
If they're going to vote for the wrong thing, I mean...
If they're always going to vote not for the wrong thing, but for the destruction of society. If they're going to vote for the destruction of society, then fuck, they probably shouldn't be allowed to vote at all. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would make the counter argument that the net earners, the reason they're going to be net earners is because they're the ones who have all the voting power. They're going to just basically do shit that benefits them financially. So they're give themselves like kickbacks and all these like tax.
Yeah, but he had a response to that. He said if they give themselves too many kickbacks, they're not going to be net earners anymore. So they would essentially get rid of their ability to vote. So they're only going to give themselves enough kickbacks up to the point to where they're like a wash, basically. And if people that are poor want to be able to vote them out of power, then those poor people just have to say, I don't want to take any welfare or anything like that. No, I'm going to get to vote, and I'm going to vote you out of power. So a bunch of poor people.
I don't know, because they could just give themselves like government contracts and stuff like that. Like you just give yourself like a crazy government contract, and you're still at the end of the day like a net earner, but you're just engaged in extreme crony capitalism, and no one can challenge you on it, right? Again, because you don't have checks and balances, because it's only you and your like elite buddies who can vote.
Yeah, I think, didn't I bring up something like that, like subsidies to the rich or whatever, and he was saying that that's a different thing. I thought he didn't want to engage with that. Am I wrong?
No, you might be right. I don't remember.
Because I think I asked him. I was like, "Well, don't like corporations and rich people already get like a ton of handouts? I'd like the home deduction for like interest or whatever." But I thought he said that like, "Well, that's a different thing, or we'd have to get rid of that or something." I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no way you can get rid of that. Like when you have a select group of people who are in power, like why would they not do things that are financially beneficial to themselves when there's no like accountability, no checks and balances, right? So that would be like, there's no way you can do that with that system. So the system inherently would have a flaw. The second thing was the second part of the debate with the Annalise girl. That was an interesting one because I feel like she completely like my whole chat was saying this also, so I don't think it's just me being crazy. I feel like she completely changed her position to make it seem like it was exactly with mine. So she started off by saying that, yeah, you know, I think that what was her? It was something like, oh, I think people make logical decisions. Women and men decide logically or primarily through logic who they date. Near the end, she was like, well, I think there's a little bit of logic that's being used, but I agree with you. It's primarily emotional.
Yeah,
but
she is a wild card. I literally just brought her in to troll the fuck out of you guys. I'm sorry. Because she was asking to come in. I was like, oh, okay, go for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was laughing at that. She's like, well, I think people should decide through logic. Well, duh, no fucking shit. You know, if you said that from the beginning, there's no debate. I would just agree with you.
Sure.
But yeah, I thought that was interesting. But yeah, man, I just wanted to jump on, give you my thoughts. I gotta start a stream as well. But yeah, dude, I'll talk to you later. Have a good trip.
Yeah, have a good one, buddy. Bye.
Take care.
All right, thank you for having me on, man. I'll see you another time.
Yeah, no problem. Good luck, dude.
Before I leave, is it okay if I plug myself?
Yeah, knock yourself out.
Because I'm a nobody anyway. So if you guys want to hear more of me, I talk about dating stuff. You can find me on YouTube at VixLife, VIKSLIFE. If you want to find me on TikTok, I'm VIKSDATE, VixDate. Or you can add me on Instagram as I am VixPlan, VIKSPLAN. If you don't want to do any of that, to everyone doing the Nopers emote in chat, it's all good. Just tag me in DGG. I'm VixPlan as well.
All right. Cool.
All right. Man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Have a good one, dude.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. I love you guys. I'm gonna go to LA now. Drop a quick 900. You guys want to see the 900 God? Throw a 900 down? Because I can indeed do that if that's what you want. Did I bring up water already? I must have for this Steam thing. There it is. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. And boom, there we go. Okay, now we have cryo ice being made. This is nowhere near as fast as I thought it would be. That's fast enough. Fuck it. No, it's not fast enough. I should make a whole row of it. Fuck it, I'll do that later. What's your opinion on the FCC fairness doctrine? Also, do you think it should be brought back to control media by it? I don't know enough about the fairness doctrine to talk about it. I know I've heard people argue like in favor of and against, so. But I wouldn't be able to tell you. Okay. Have you ever thought about teaching a class on how to debate? Yeah, I'm teaching class every day. Right here. Ready?